And the transition is... Hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy Saturday. June. I'm a whole month ahead of myself. June.
Yeah, how's it going, Robert?
Happy Saturday, everybody. It's United Adventure Company plays the Tyranny of Dragons. This is Rise of Tiamat, the second half of Tyranny of Dragons campaign. And we're well over halfway through this whole module with our players now at level 11. Yes, level 11 there, climbing that level ladder, doing a great job of it. I want to say happy Pride, everybody. You will see we're celebrating Pride this month with all of the Pride flags that we could find scrolling across your screen. So please accept our happiness for your Pride. We're here to help spread the word and spread the love. So love is love. Happy to have everybody joining us today out there. If you are joining us for the first time, or maybe you've watched us several times and just haven't felt the urge, go ahead and click that sub button, subscribe, just like B Tango did earlier, and make sure that you turn those notifications on so you can get notified every time that we go live or post new content, which is between 3 and 4 times a week typically. Summer's been a little weird. We've had some people moving, we've had some illnesses in the group, so we haven't been able to put as much content out as we'd like to have. However, those situations are resolving themselves. We are getting back on schedule. So hopefully, here in the near future, in the next week or so, we'll be back to 3 to 4 streams a week and posting content for you all along. So to help us grow the channel, go down in the description right down below. Click the links to the various things that you can be a part of. Discord. Or the Patreon. Become a Patreon member and support the channel and its growth. Just like Aaron, Nathan, Two Wolf Design, and Lord Thorin. You can be a Patreon member and join some super cool perks. Get your name scrolling in the credits. Join a special channel in our Discord. Also, you can go down, click the link for the merch, and pick up this cool hat. If you watch our Delta Green streams, you'll know this is from our Delta Green K-Cell missions. Very cool little hat, and I haven't even taken the sticker off of mine just yet, because it's really cool.
Transparent, lets you see right through your head.
Yeah, you can see right through me. It's pretty cool. See? Check that out, and then make sure you join our Discord so you can take part this week in our Ask Us Anything session on Wednesday night. We're going to do that at 8 p.m. on Wednesday night, but it's only going to be in our Discord. So if you want to participate, you have to be a Discord member and join the Discord. Links down in the description. I think that's just about it. We have 51 subscribers, so we're growing slowly but surely. We're growing, and happy to have all of you with us. Without further ado, I think we're going to jump right into the game, where we find our player camped outside of Daggerford on the Sword Coast.
Garrow is watching over our prisoner, the Worm Speaker. I guess we would call him the Green Worm Speaker. That we captured.
Yeah, he was the green. They were the green. That's right.
Yes, in more ways than one.
A lot of
And
the
of
rain
course,
has started to fall.
they're secured. Garrow is standing watch, threateningly.
Yeah. So I believe we agreed that Teo would be the one to go into the city and get, I believe it was horses was the thing we were buying.
You could pick up some pastries too, that'd be great. Indeed. Wait.
What's going on with my voice? You guys got something going on with your voice too? Or is it just me?
Denai looks at you and is like, I don't believe so?
Yeah, you sound a little raspy there, Teo.
Yeah,
Did you eat something funny?
I wonder if I'm allergic to that dragon breath stuff. I took a heck of a lungful of stuff earlier.
Can I make a medicine check?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know, Teo.
Oh no! Oh, what a perfect way to start the session!
Dragon breath seems like a likely possibility. I mean, that stuff was pretty foul.
Yeah, I don't know. Possibly clears up soon. I don't know.
Yeah, a couple pastries will clear that right up.
I hope so. Some hot tea.
Oh yeah, that sounds good with honey.
Oh, of course.
All right, so you put on a kettle, make some hot tea. Hopefully that will soothe Teo's voice for the negotiations of the horse trading that he has to do later in the morning. Light rain is falling across the camp. The road is muddy. Wagon ruts have, dug in. You are camping on the southeast side of Daggerford across the river. You can see the walls of the town, but you're not around the other encampments that have popped up outside of the walls of Daggerford as they close the gates at night and not allowing anyone in. Your journey so far, while on foot, has not been too bad. This is the first foul weather you've had on your return trip to Waterdeep. So the rest of you are going to stay here at camp with the prisoner, and Teo's going to go into town. Is that?
Yeah. Could you speak up a little bit more? Because I'm having difficulty hearing you.
I can crank my gain up a little more.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Seems like it.
Okay, cool. Fantastic. I hope that's helpful. Actually, I can hear me better now too, so that's a good thing.
Oh, is it?
So what were you saying about the camps outside of Daggerford?
There are, traders and travelers that camp. They show up after the gates are closed into Daggerford, and they've camped on the other side of the river from you. So you're on the southeast side of Daggerford, and across the river from you to the northwest is Daggerford itself.
I'm wondering if there's something wrong with your microphone because your volume seems to fade in and out.
As you lean back, it seems like it fades out more.
Yeah, so what I'm wondering
do
is,
that?
are you accidentally using the microphone on your head or on your earbuds?
No.
You even have a microphone?
No, I'll just set Zoom to auto adjust my volume.
Okay, thank you. Well, yeah,
Well, Teo, good luck in there.
No problem. I got this covered. I'm in tight with the stable master here. Last time I picked up a nice set of steeds for us, and quite frankly, at a very reasonable price.
sounds good.
I'll see what I can do about tracking down some pastries.
Oh, that'd be great.
Anybody else need anything while I'm headed out? Glass of milk, loaf of bread, stick of butter, anything like that?
I think we should be fine.
Okay.
Nice. All right, so Teo trudges off. The rain picking up a little bit, blowing, not hard, but blowing a bit into your face. Perhaps you bundle up a bit and headlong into
Bundle up a bit. Yeah.
a short walk, a few hundred yards across the bridge through the small camps. You see children playing in the mud puddles and their mothers yelling at them for doing so. But the gates are open, and the guards, of course, they stop. State your business in Daggerford.
Oh, my name is Taro. I am looking to procure myself a few horses, few draft horses for my homestead down the river a bit. And we heard that some of the finest horses in the land are here.
All right, very well. Move along.
Yeah, thank you. And I proceed on, and I beckon over one of the kids, playing in the street. I kind of kneel down, squat down to get onto their level, and I ask them, hey, kid, can you tell me who town has the best pastries, the best sweets?
Well, I don't know. I've never been anywhere other than here. This is as far from home as I've ever been. We're traveling, you see. We're traveling to Waterdeep.
Oh.
It's dangerous, I'm told, and Mother says we have to be in Waterdeep where it's safe.
Oh, I understand. Well, I reach into my pocket and I pull out 3 copper pieces, and I give the kid 3 copper pieces. I said, "Here, should you come across some sweets on your travels, make sure to stop and treat yourself to something. Traveling is tough business, and it can be hard on the throat, if you know what I mean."
Gee, thanks, mister.
Hey, no problem. Have a great day.
Your name must be
And I-
Mr. Mean Joe Green.
Indeed, I'm not giving him my shirt. So
All right, so you head on in to Daggerford, making your way across
Yeah.
the marketplace and around through town to the stables. Make a perception check for me, would you?
absolutely.
I know you can't roll less than a 10, but
Actually, perception is not one of the skills that I'm proficient in.
oh, good.
But I rolled a
like you're just
17.
fine anyway.
Yeah, you rolled pretty well. All right, cool. Things look a little different here. Since the last time you were here, you see more guards on the street. At first you think the fewer people on the roads and out in town is just due to the rain. But as you take a look around Daggerford, you notice that a lot of the buildings are shuttered. Their windows are, closed up. You hear activity. It's just different. People seem to be a little more on edge. You don't remember being asked, as a matter of fact, when you came to Daggerford last time, to state your business.
You're right.
Times
It
on the
was a
Sword
very-
Coast are changing. It's clear.
Interesting.
All right. You remember that the stables and whatnot were up near the port. I believe, if you look on the map, 25, the area
Got
labeled
it.
number 25 is where the stables are, just outside the main keep and close to the port. You came in from the caravan grounds down at the bottom of the map.
Got it. So I'll make my way over to the stables and see if I can't find the stable master when I get there.
Sure. You get, actually, you turn the corner onto Horse Way. And you get a funny feeling. And you turn around to look to see, you think someone's following you. The street is completely empty. But you have the sense that someone's following you. And as you,
All right.
as you turn back around to continue, go ahead, what are you going to do?
I was going to, depending upon the situation, I was going to look for a street corner and, kind of turn a street corner and kind of do the old stealth disappear thing.
Cool. Yeah, you can find right here, Kauth Alley, I guess is how you say that. Yeah, you can duck off into Kauth Alley there. Kauth Alley.
All right, I'll duck into Goose Alley and try to, do the old Mokhtar stealth haze and disappear into the background.
Fantastic. Right on. Yes, you find some stuff to hide behind. And you duck down, watching the main road for whoever might have been following you, or whoever you thought might have been following you. Suddenly around you, your world goes black, and you feel a sharp pressure against your back. And a voice says, "Don't yell. Don't make a sound. You're coming with us. We're going to remove this. We're going to walk out of the city normally. And you're going to take us back to your camp. Are we clear?" And yes, that is this guy. Sorry, I got to pull my guy up. I forgot to pull him up before I did that. I hate when I do that. Where did he go?
Gotta be careful messing with the guy with armor.
Yeah, that's it's going to be a 17 on intimidation. So you can make a charisma save if you'd like to try to counter his intimidation.
I will attempt a charisma save.
I know you're a pretty charismatic guy.
I only got a 12.
So yeah, you're pretty convinced. You have the sensation that this guy is strong. You can feel his grasp on your arm now. And if you nod in the affirmative, he will remove the hood that was placed over your head.
Well, I'll nod.
Okay. The hood comes up, and if you turn to see, there is a very well-armored, well-dressed human with a very small insignia on the upper left chest piece of his half-plate armor. You recognize it, of course, from the Cult of the Dragon. And you look around, and he has with him 5 others. Not as well dressed or as sturdy as he. I'm sorry, 6 others. And as you take another look at this guy, he looks really similar in makeup to some of the others that you have fought already. He's definitely a well-seasoned veteran fighter of sorts.
Okay.
He just says, "All right, lead the way."
And I shall lead the way. Making sure to walk down the middle of the streets, not on sidewalks or places like that. I will attempt to make myself as visible and conspicuous as possible, as I've got this entourage of folks behind me.
Yep. And he puts away the weapon that he was holding at your back. You know he's armed still, but he has put it away. And they follow you, but not in an intimidating way. They follow at a close distance, but not enough to look like they're with you, if that makes sense.
Got it.
You can recognize
Casual
that. Yeah, kind of casual kidnappers.
Yeah, exactly.
They're only a
It's
few steps behind. So if you tried to make a break for it, they could respond quickly, but they're not right on your shoulder. Not drawing attention to themselves, if that makes sense.
I understand.
They pull their cloaks around them and their hoods go up over their heads. It hides the insignia on there. And if you continue to just follow, if you are going to lead them back, if you're going to do anything else, let me know. If you are, we'll just jump back to the approach to camp.
So the attempt is to try to look conspicuous to see if the kid that I paid off on the way in sees me and sees he comes up asking for more or anything like that.
He's busy making mud pies and throwing them at his little sister. He's not paying any attention to you.
No problem. Yeah, I'm just
People
going
are
to
coming and
continue
going
on.
out, you know?
Continue on by heading out and
Okay.
we'll pass through the gates. And I am not making a beeline to camp. The intent is to try to come in as an oblique an angle as possible, so that provide the greatest amount of exposure for the entourage as I approach.
Okay. So in the little mini map down at the bottom right hand corner of the main map, you'll see kind of an area view of Daggerford and the surrounding area. Anywhere on this southwest or southeast side of the bridge, you all can put your camp. I'll be fine with that either way you want, and then whichever way you want to address it from there. You can
I'd say we want to be on the other side, a little further from Daggerford. Like here?
Okay.
Yeah? Do we feel good about that?
Fine by me.
Works.
That makes-
Works for me.
That makes sense.
That's kind of where I was picturing it in my head.
Not an easy view from town.
Right.
All right. Then, yeah. And the stream can see that as well. Fantastic. So, the three of you make perception rolls for me and see if you can see Teo coming.
All right.
As the rain is still coming down and you've seen people coming and going, you know, and as they do, you'll look up and say, oh, that's not Teo.
I actually rolled a 4.
Wow. You must be whittling or you know, playing with a stick or something, but the other two, Dinar and Garrow, both see Teo break through the rain, and then just a couple of steps behind, you see these 7 people walking behind him, dressed in just brown cloaks.
Alright.
But Dinar
like
with
look at this. Those aren't horses.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
So
not
what
horses.
I'm going to do, I'm going to, quietly, I'm going to cast sending. I'm going to send a message to Teo, and I'm going to say, clearly something is wrong here. Explain what the situation is.
I assume they've let me know
Yes.
now.
Yeah, Garrow would have whispered to Owen, looks like we got some trouble here.
Okay. I'm actually going to quickly Fiendish Vigor, which gives me 1d4 plus 4 temporary hit points.
okay.
And Garrow, for his part, is going to pick up the prisoner sort of by the rope that binds him and hold him firmly in place. Make sure that his gag is tight and bound.
Yeah. When you pick him up and kind of, are you turning him to face the oncoming folks? Kind of like,
I'd rather maybe have him sort of like pinned to the ground. Maybe like, does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah. So you pick him up from his seat and then just kind of shove him to the ground and put a boot on his back or something.
Exactly. A big old Garrow foot pinning him to the ground.
That makes sense. That does make sense.
And I will relay to Dinar that was jumped in town and forced to bring these ruffians back to my camp, back to us.
Okay. Dinar is going to relay that to the rest of the party. But yeah, this is a character thing. If you don't say that they're cultists, Dinar will not assume that. But so Dinar, I mean, he basically just thinks a bunch of ruffians are leading them back to their camp and are about to make a terrible mistake, but he's not going to like get a bunch of magic ready because he is not aware of the fact that these are cultists.
Okay.
I don't know. It seems like a strange coincidence.
It certainly does, and like I'm on guard, but
Narovan begins to squirm a bit under your boot. You can see him almost frantically squirming, like he's trying to make himself seen.
yeah,
Arrow
Dinar
gonna
is
put a bit more pressure on him.
And you're probably 30 feet away or so. You're getting close now, Teo, and you hear the voice that spoke to you before. That's far enough. Stop right there.
I will trip.
Okay. And you trip and stumble, landing in a mud hole, and he walks up behind you, mimicking Garrow's stance, and puts his foot upon your back. Oh, and make a perception check as you were kind of preparing yourself. Dinar and Garrow obviously preoccupied. From the other side of camp, the small bushes and whatnot, you see 7 more individuals kind of step out of the bush line and start to approach your camp from your rear flank.
All right.
They look
I'm gonna-
identical to the 7 that have approached with Teo.
I'm going to relay that to the party. 7 more over here.
yeah. And at this point, Dinar has caught on to what I assume is going on.
Arrow's just looking around, ready to break this guy's spine in a moment's notice, but
Yeah, it's just
holding off because Teo is currently being held as well.
yeah. So I guess Dinar is going to call out, "Who are you, and what do you want?"
So quick question. We had a long rest.
Yes,
Right.
you did have a
Yeah.
long rest. Yes.
Okay.
I did make sure of that before this encounter happened, that you did have a long rest. And the one standing on Teo's back, he pauses for a moment and says, "I am a messenger and a retriever. My name is not important, but you have something that belongs to us, and we would like to return it. Or we would like it returned. We have something that belongs to you that I imagine you too would like to have returned."
What's that? I say from the ground.
Yeah, I don't see anything that you need to return to us. I think that you brought us what we wanted, and now we're gonna settle things between us.
So you don't care if we kill him?
You're not gonna kill him.
You don't know
Not
that.
before we kill you. Not before we kill you.
There need not be any bloodshed. You can just give us the worm speaker,
Why do you want him?
because he belongs to us.
You know, you're not
Throws
nearly
the-
as scary as that. You're not nearly as scary as that green dragon killed just a couple days ago.
He throws back his cloak, Dinar, and you see the crest of the cult, and you
All right.
also see that he is wearing half plate armor. He is well armed, and you recognize him as the fighter that he is.
I just want to, say to Dinar, protect Taya.
I'll do my best. So you say he's well armed.
Mhm.
What exactly weapons does he use? Does he have specifically what I'm curious about is, does he have a bow? Do any of these people have bows?
You haven't seen any bows on any of them, but he does have a shield,
Okay.
and he has a spear that a spear, it can be thrown. So
Yeah.
you've seen that happen before. is very just looking at him, you can tell he probably knows what he's doing.
Yes.
How much heavier than me would I anticipate this fighter to be?
Oh, quite. He's probably about Dinar's size. Maybe even a little bit bigger.
So maybe twice my size?
Yeah, probably twice your size.
Okay.
I'm going to whisper to Dinar. This is a fight then, right?
I feel like it is. Like, alternatively, we could give them the worm speaker. I don't.
No, we don't negotiate with a cult.
Exactly.
I can get this guy off of Teo if I strike first.
Arrow just nods.
Are we ready for this?
Do it.
Yes.
In the distance, above the horizon line that Daggerford creates across the river, and behind the sun rays that are now in the full morning sun, you see a shape that's quite familiar to you, flying very low and very fast in the sky. It appears this party has brought along with them a dragon of sorts. He's still a bit away. Looks like he's honing in towards Daggerford.
Okay, so what you're saying is now.
I mean, yeah.
Now
Owen, do your thing, and then or should we roll initiative first? How should this go, Dina?
Well, we're not really fighting yet. This should be a
Yeah, y'all will have
surprise, right?
If Owen can do a surprise,
I won't say it's surprise, but I'll give y'all the action before they act, because what you do determines how they are going to respond. That's the way this whole encounter is kind of set up.
Okay.
All three of those are repelling blasts, so any of them that hits him knocks him back 10 feet.
All right.
And then I have
handy feature.
I have an action after this.
23:15. So the first two hit him. Let's do this. Let's jump to.
I'm assuming the 29 and 23 hit, the 14 doesn't.
Correct. Let's jump to a quick battle map just so we can.
Okay.
Just for the sake
I didn't-
of.
I didn't want you guys to miss out on a good fight.
Sure, our thoughtful pay.
So two of them hit him. He gets knocked back 20 feet
Okay.
away from me in a straight line, which should give Teo enough time to jump up and run.
Or potentially, one of us to get the take.
Yeah.
However, I guess the initiative goes out. Unless, do we all get an action on this in this moment?
How would I think the intent was to free Teo there? That's kind of the way I read it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Free
like,
Teo and do some damage at the same time.
yeah, Dinar was planning to do I have one specific action that I'm planning to cast as soon as Owen knocks him back, because Owen said I can get him off of Teo, and I know what I'm going to do that will work as long as he is not being directly grabbed.
So we could all potentially have taken a ready action in this moment, but not necessarily take full action.
Yeah.
So
I think
now
that's
that he's
reasonable.
pushed back, I'm going to summon the dragon spirit.
Not
And
holding
I'm going to
back.
give it the instructions: grab Teo, disengage, and fly into the air. So it's going to run up to you. It's going to grab you with its claw, but gently. It's going to try and lift you onto its back, and it's going to fly sort of up and this way. So it's a little bit above the ground, sort of just out of melee reach, and hovering here. and then it takes its turn directly after me. So it's going to fly over, grab him, and fly back right here.
Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna move him over here. So that's about where y'all are.
Okay. So at this point, I will summon the dragon. It's going to fly right here, grab tail, and then I'm going to have it fly back here and hover just out of melee range. Oh, if the other group is approaching from this side, I'm going to move it here.
Kara looks up a little bit jealous that
And then
Teo gets to ride the golden
aura effect does not.
dragon.
So
Yep. Yes, so there's another group of them approaching from the rear. I'm sure that Owen would have told everyone that that was happening. I think you said.
I did actually. I actually did. Yeah.
Alright.
What happened to?
It's like another group over here.
Not sure
And
what
then-
happened to half of them up there, but they disappeared. So.
And so Garrow's ready thing was going to be to knock the worm speaker unconscious. Is that something that I should roll for, or is that something that's easy enough to accomplish since he's my prisoner?
He is prone and bound, so it's an
Okay.
auto crit.
Okay,
we'll
so
just play it
I'll
as
punch
auto
him. I can roll multiple punches to, if that's needed, or we can just assume that I get it.
I think one good solid blow, and you knock him out. Yeah.
I'm keeping him alive, but I'm knocking him out, and but I'm still going to defend his body because clearly they want him very badly, and I don't want them to get him. I want us to question.
That's him. So we'll put him right there with you.
Garrow's very uncompromising when it comes to supporting the Harpers and Master Leia's.
All right. So you knock him back 20 feet. We'll say he flies back that way into the bush. The others, as soon as all of that happens, they're gonna just charge in to you all. So hoping this would go a different way, but and that's what
Have
he
you met
says.
us?
The Dinar, you notice something when he flies back. You get a really good look at, his cloak goes flying, and you get a really good open look at him, and you realize that these are half dragons.
okay.
At least the heavily armored ones are. There's something about him. It's not quite human, and you recognize that being a dragonborn yourself.
Makes sense.
Nobody else would recognize that, but you would.
Ah.
And have that. Okay, I think I have all the character sheets I need. So we'll go ahead and roll initiative. Let me open the
All
tracker.
right, folks.
Oh, right, yeah.
Let me open the
Roll
tracker.
well.
There we go.
Should have waited for the tracker, but 15. I'm going to roll again and then just change it to 15.
That works.
Oh, you got it. Perfect.
Actually, that's not right for him. He has his own initiative thing. That is not right for you. Yes, there we go. Got that in. Dragon Fang.
Tail is a little slow getting up from the mud.
I was unprepared.
Yeah.
Well, I was expecting to be on the back of a dragon this moment.
It's just a good thing that we are fighting him out here instead of in the city. I'm glad we didn't all go in.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Trying to get all these guys lined up. You also have access to all their character sheets for their times. I had them
No
all
problem.
open, but now I have to sort them on my screen. And
I'm reviewing my character sheet too, as one should do when you're at a new level.
yes, that's right. Y'all are at a new level. Y'all are at level 11. Level, also known as level badass.
Yep.
That's
Pretty
the hell.
scary. But we'll see. This is a dangerous situation.
Okay, and then I have the half blue. They're blue also, by the way.
So maybe they're associated with the blue dragon.
Yes.
Hero doesn't really know what blue dragons are all about, so he's just like, huh.
Would you share that, Dinar, that these two gladiator types are half dragons?
Yes, I would, and I know that that blue dragons can breathe lightning.
Yes, you
So
would know that.
Like I assume Dinar would know that.
Yes.
And Dinar would convey that half dragons
Yes.
use a breath weapon on us.
Yes. The half dragons, their breath is certainly like quite a bit weaker than an actual dragon, but they can breathe lightning, and probably the actual dragon that is on its way is a blue dragon.
It's hard to see because it's so far in the distance, coming
Yeah,
over
but
the
like,
wall of Daggerford.
Dinar is hazarding a guess here.
Yeah, you're guessing, but yes, silhouetted. You can't quite tell, but being in the presence of half blues, yeah, you probably think that's probably a blue dragon coming. So
right.
Garrow's top of the order. Let's start with. Wait, which one, Garrow? You have two actions. Two. Which one did you roll?
Me?
I see two. You rolled the 16.
I got a 16 is the one that I rolled.
Okay, then I'll.
It looks
delete
correct
that one.
in mine.
I only see one for him on my turn order.
It showed me
Okay.
two for some reason.
Hmm.
It's,
Well,
it's
then
been
roll
doing
20 as usual.
It shows Mr. Name Person, or whoever that is at 20 above me. So I guess they go first.
Yep, they go first. It had some old it had hung on to old initiatives from the previous combat, apparently. So yes,
Courage.
actually I only have one of them. So let me
Great
roll this
feature.
other one's
Great
initiative
feature. We love
as
it.
well. Yes. Great feature. I roll this other one's. Oh, and he goes. Looks like he goes last. So you got one of the half blues going first and one of the half blues going last.
Which functionally means they go right next to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
One of them has clean up.
Yep. And he's gonna, the one that got knocked back, of course, he is stumbled, but definitely makes his strength check to right himself without tumbling over against the repelling blast. He looks at you and goes, "Okay, we'll do it the hard way." And he calls out the attack command in what the crap? I can't remember the name.
Draconic?
Draconic. Thank you. I kind of wanted to say in dragon
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah, you're gonna- I thought it would be funny. It was like he calls out the attack command in common, so he says attack. Attack is what he says.
Yes. And he grabs his spear and pulls his shield out as well to protect himself. And with his move, let's see, how far can we get here? Haha! Yes, he is going to charge forth and get to right here on this turn, and that means he's right there at you, Dinar, dragon to dragon apparently, and he's going to take a stab at you with his spear-o-matic. Actually, he gets 3 melee attacks with his spear because of his multi-tack.
Yeah, feels nice being level 11.
So it's going to be a 1, a 2, a 3. I don't know why he's rolling with advantage. It shouldn't be. I don't.
Sorry, did he actually roll a 1, a 2, and a 3?
No. An 11, a 24, and a 25.
2 of those hit. The latter 2.
The latter two. So that's going to be 26 plus 5 is 31 piercing damage from his spear attack.
I do need the damage of the 2 separate hits because this is I have to make 2 concentration checks.
So 14 on the first one, and then no, I'm sorry, just 12 on the second. He doesn't get the plus 5 because that would have been if it was a crit, and he's not rolling with advantage.
Yeah. So what was the total again?
Total of 26. One of them was 14, and the other was 12.
Okay, and then I'm going to roll 2 concentration checks. I do have Warcaster, so
Ooh, nice.
the dragon is still up.
Okay, very good. Next, now then, that will be Garrow this time. He is assuming,
Garrow
by
is,
the way, that you could see that he thinks you are a fighter type, not necessarily. Perhaps you're a dragonborn paladin that he's assuming. Because you do.
Garrow is, this is level 11. You guys have known Garrow for a while now. He's a lot more. I mean, he's wearing the belt of hill giant strength as well, and ever since then, he has become a muscular mass of a bugbear. Whereas in the past, he eats a lot of sweets. He was a little bit fluffier. He is now a hard, dangerous bugbear, and looks quite scary as he goes into his monk battle trance and activates the Eldritch Goblin Claw Tattoo, which is a bonus action. Yes. And in terms of shadow in the forest right now, how would you describe the shadowiness? You mentioned it was sort of like early morning, so
Yeah, early morning, so you have some long shadows happening.
am I standing in a shadow right now, cast by this rock, perhaps?
Yeah, we'll say the sun is casting a shadow, long shadows there for sure.
Okay.
And there
That's
are
good to know.
shadows the same direction from the trees up here. So that the shadows are all, the sun is coming up from what would be on this map, the northeast.
Got it. As a monk of the shadow, that could come into play. So I just wanted to ask. But for the moment, this person has stepped up into my range. So let's unleash a series of attacks.
Yeah. Pretty sure you can only make 2 this turn, but next turn you'll really get them.
Pretty bad roll there, but then a 20.
And you are attacking Narovan, or
Actually,
are you using your
That's-
reach to attack the...
sorry, no, I rolled the wrong thing. Completely wrong. Actually, I just realized I needed to update this because I leveled up. So I was supposed to click on a completely different button with a different modifier. Do you mind if I re-roll?
No, go ahead, roll it correctly. I'm fine with that.
Okay. So 1, 2.
So that's a 27 and a 14. And remind me, or you said you're attacking the half blue? Or Narovan? I'm trying to remember which one
Sorry.
you said.
The one who's attacking Dinar.
Okay, so you're using your reach. Okay.
Yeah. My inky fists lash out from my hand.
Yes.
Uh,
The 27 will connect with him.
Narovan is the worm speaker, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe, I can use Flurry of Blows to add another.
You've used your
right?
bonus action already.
Yeah, you used your bonus
I don't
action
think-
to activate
I
your
don't think
tattoo.
Flurry of Blows a bonus
Flurry of
action?
Blows requires a bonus action.
Oh, you're right. Never get to the end of the description. I'm just like, read the beginning. Sorry. Okay. That's all for Garrow.
It's all good.
Well, actually, let's see. Any movement? I guess I'm going to stay guarding this, unconscious worm speaker because I don't want him to be taken, if possible. Seems like a risky situation, though.
Okay.
I'll say to the guy who I just attacked with the shield, nice shield. Bet it makes you feel safe.
I'm going to call out to Garrow and say, grab him and fly.
I'll look up at Teo and give him a thumbs up and just go into my waiting stance as I end my turn.
All right. That would bring us to Dinar, if I have sorted
right.
this correctly.
So I'm going to say a prayer to Bahamut. I'm going to use my channel divinity, Platinum Scales. So I'm going to set up a sphere around me. has a radius of 30 feet, which I'm actually going to turn off after this, but this is how big the radius is, but it's really distracting. So
Okay.
I'm going to turn that off. But so that's my action. I'm going to end my turn and use the platinum scales to give myself temporary hit points. So that's 17.
Nice.
Then the dragon goes.
And
So the dragon's going to continue to hover just out of melee reach, and I'm going to, and it is going to attack the this dragon thing with 2 dragon bolts. I don't have advantage, unfortunately, so that's 19, 18.
Both of those hit the half blue, actually. You're attacking the same one that attacked you, right?
Yes.
Yep. Both of those will hit.
So that's, ignore the crit, but that's 28.
Pretty nice. Solid.
And it's radiant, if that matters.
It does not. But that's good to know. So 28 more. Wow. Very
Yeah.
nice.
And then I'm going to have the dragon, again, hover just out of reach. I'm pretty sure Teo doesn't need to be in melee range to deal damage, so I feel like it makes sense to keep him out of spear range. And I will end my turn after that and roll temporary hit points for the dragon. So it gets 12, in addition to the HP it has.
This could get messy.
Yes, it could. Could get real
That's
messy
Ner's
real
turn.
fast. All right. Next up is Nerovan. He's squirming. Well, no, he's unconscious. He's not doing anything. The dragon wings of the cult will go next. And they are, I think that's this guy. Nope, that's a fang. It's a claw. There's a wing. There's a wing. Kind of moving these in group, so trying to pull them apart. They look like that guy. Okay. They are, it looks like they are moving, trying to get to Nerovan. They're not really engaging in combat. These are those kind of mid-level guys that you have fought before. There's the super weak ones, and then the mid-level ones, and then the greater ones, and then these gladiators.
Okay, that's interesting. Garrow did somewhat anticipate this, but that just confirms what he thought, is that this one has valuable information.
You do see they have they've drawn their weapons. Each of them have a scimitar, and they have all drawn their weapons. Yeah. Actually, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They can actually get all the way up. This group can actually get all the way up to him. I think this group can only get to here.
Well, if they try to leave Garrow's range with them, they're going to get bombed.
You see they've kind of created a an alley, a perimeter, and this guy does reach to grab him. Are you still holding Nerovan, or no, you reached out and fought? So is your foot
I'd like to,
still on him?
fight with him, while defending him if possible. So if I could, possibly get a foot down on him.
Yeah, that's
I
kind of what I was thinking. Like you're holding him with your foot. Maybe you've locked your foot into the rope to kind of hold him. Okay.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
In fact, I think I stated at one point in the last session that Garrow had created a tether that he could wear.
Yes, you did. You have a tether.
So if it's fair to say that I have that on, then I'll just grip that tightly.
Sure. Yeah, you can have that maybe wrapped around your leg or something and tied to your waist, even if you'd like.
I think it's just tied around Garrett's forearm, so.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. The one reaching for him sees the tether, and he's going to try to cut the rope with his scimitar. He's
Cutting technology.
Yes.
Earth
These are
is
smart cultists. He's gonna swing to cut the rope. So, oh, and with a 20, actually he has fantastic. I forgot to roll it with it, but he does have fanatic advantage if
He has advantage on attack rolls against ropes.
Curses. We're dealing with a specialist.
Yes.
yes. So yeah, it's a crit. He slices right through the rope. He gives you a grin as he does, and you know that the next chance that this group has to go, they're gonna probably try to run with him.
Right. Okay.
I'm gonna yell if it comes to taking him in for questioning or letting him go back with them, we kill him instead.
And
That's
that'll
fair.
make it.
But, I don't think Garrel's. I'll call back. That's fair, but I don't think he's come to that yet.
It's your turn, Owen.
My turn. Okay. Let's center it on this guy right here. 20 radius.
That should get all of them, right?
Yeah, that pretty much lets me get this. Hang on. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much lets me get this whole group through. Basically, everybody but like these two right here.
Okay.
And I'm making sure I don't catch the. I don't catch what's his name in it.
Nerovan, the prisoner.
Northern, yeah. So it doesn't have any effect on them right now. It's only on their turns, except for right now. It is magical darkness and difficult terrain.
Okay.
Nice. Very nice.
So I don't
And
have to
then
go
on their
over this
turn,
now.
they'll start taking damage potentially. Or they'll definitely take damage, and then on the end of their turn, they might take more damage.
Okay. Depending on the save. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So it goes dark around them. Let's put little thingies on them to.
See if I can draw the area. Hang on. It's not right. Injustice somehow.
There you go. Should be able to drag it once you click back to select.
Yeah. It's a little bigger than that, I think. Hang on.
Seems pretty.
It's a little bit. It's got everybody in there. It's slightly bigger than that, but it's got everybody in there. So
Okay.
we're good.
Yeah.
Because
Big tentacly void here.
basically all these people are in it.
Right on.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yes, yes, of course. The hunger of Hadar.
Infested with unknown bards. I love it.
All right. Anything else from Owen?
No.
End of your turn, I will shield you with platinum scales. You get 14 temporary hit points.
Cool. All right. On their turn, the dragon fangs. So that's this guy and this guy.
They take 2d6 cold damage.
It's getting a little chilly in here, Tom. Yeah, I know, Bill. It's a little bad. Might need a jacket today. And then they need to make
Also,
a save
the
at the.
void is filled with
And then at the
cacophony
end
of
of-
soft whispers and slurping noises.
Yeah, at the end of their turn, they have to make a dex save throw or take another 2d6.
Okay. So they're not, those two guys aren't going to do anything because it's magical darkness. They can't see anything.
It's dex saving throw. DC 19.
Hang on. Dex save. Oh, they both failed. So that's a 17 and an 11.
So that's another.
A nice splash of acid.
Another 7 points of damage to them.
What type of damage? Cold?
Acid.
Acid. Okay.
Yeah, that's the milky otherworldly tentacles are rubbing against them.
Ew.
Ah, this fellow's so funny.
Okay. All right. These
What
dragon
a
fangs,
description.
seeing the tentacles go wild in on the other side. The remaining dragon fang up at the top here, he is going to also charge in. Yeah, he'll go right there. He's going to come in, drawing his short sword as he runs in, seeing Garrow reaching out this long reach. He's unaffected by that, but he is gonna come in with his short sword drawn, and actually nobody's engaged, so it's gonna be a normal. This is so funny. Y'all know
Real
that
nice
all of
work out
the
there.
all of the little quirky things that we found wrong in this module. I've just found another one. So under multi attack for this creature, it says the dragon fang attacks twice with its scimitar. However, in the equipment list, it's armed with a short sword.
I guess they're the same thing, roughly.
Roughly. So
Maybe it's the short scimitar.
two. The first
Short. It's a short scimitar. It's really cute.
Well, I read that differently. I read that as if he had a scimitar, he could attack twice. Since he only has a short sword, he only attack once.
I do like that reading.
I don't think either of these hit you the 11 or 18. Could be
No,
wrong.
Garo just dodges deathly.
Yep. Adeptly. Teo, it is now your turn as the dragon fangs have all gone.
Hey, well, the guy engaged with Dinar, this guy, he is going to take one of those.
Ooh, that's the guy who was stepping on you too, I think. Right?
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the one.
Mm-hmm. It was the guy that was stepping on you. Yes.
Yeah, he's going to take one of those.
Hey, come back.
It's not a phenomenal roll to do.
Okay. So 32 damage. All right.
Looks about right.
And that's okay. Make sure.
Now I don't know. Can I hold a movement, or can you only hold?
You can only move on your turn. Is the way.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
Also, you're being held right by the dragon. Is that how I understand? Or did you get dropped? I can't remember.
My assumption was that
the dragon is still holding you, unless you want it to drop you. In which case, I can have it do that on its turn.
Okay. That's my action. I am done.
I'm going to give you platinum scales. You get 13 temporary hit points. Hopefully, you don't need them, but I'm going to be safe.
Indeed,
Nice.
I will take them gladly.
Throw him in the mix. Seriously. Okay, whatever. Fine. No, that's not the right. Why does that have the same? That's weird. That's not right. Delete that one. That's weird. Anyway, let's do this. This way then. Where'd you go? I lost the character sheet. Sorry. Well, that was even worse. But at least it's the right person. All right, next up, let's see, where were we? That was Teo. That's supposed to be the dragon. Oh, that's this dragon thing. See, that's the problem with all these dragon wing, claw, fang things. You never know what's what.
They all look the same.
They all look
Yeah,
the same.
naming is, yeah.
Yeah. So this guy draws forth one of those orbs that you've seen in the past. Okay. Now, and directing it out towards Owen. Yeah, it has a range of 90 feet. So, yep, trying to strike Owen to break that. You're not engaged, so he does not have advantage. Yes, okay. He does not have advantage. So that's going to miss you as this streak of blue lightning crackles out, kind of splitting right between all of the combat, missing everyone, and striking against this rock down here on the
All right, who fired that at me?
this guy right here. And that rock
No one
just
casts our
explodes.
spellcast.
Now it's the this half blue inside the Hunger of Hadar. It's his turn.
All right, he immediately takes 3 damage cold.
All right. Damage applied. He can't see. Because it's magical darkness. Actually, he can't. Okay, somebody help me remember this because I think they changed the way it works. Blind sight. Does that give you vision during magical darkness or not? I can't remember.
Blind sight, yeah. If you have that feat, I'm pretty sure what it does.
Yeah, so
Anytime you're blind, you essentially use your other senses too.
Right.
what
so-
says a
10
creature with blind sight can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius.
okay.
Right.
So
That's what I
presumably darkness does not affect that at all.
Usually it's a very small radius, but
Yeah, it's 10 feet in this case, which is actually very helpful for him. So he's going to step out outside of the Hunger of Hadar. Stepping out, he can now clearly see, and
It would still be difficult terrain for him, but which is what, half movement speed or something like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
so he could move up to
Yeah.
15 feet instead of 30. And since you all have pulled out the stops, they too will pull out the stops, attacking the Rangers.
Hey, there's 4 of us and 16 of them. But yeah,
I haven't even begun to pull out stops.
yes.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and take the rest of that 15 foot because he is going to attack this dragon with not realizing that it's, not a like real dragon. It looks like a real dragon. So
It looks like a real dragon. It can
he's-
certainly breathe fire.
and it can breathe fire. He attacks with his lightning breath. The dragon needs to make
now
a dex
You're gonna
save.
make me look up this dragon's saves. Alright, hold on.
Yep, the dragon's going to need to make a dexterity save. As a crackle of blue lightning now shoots across the battlefield the other direction.
Alright, it has a +2 bonus to dex saves. So I'm gonna roll that using the macro.
Perfect.
That's an 11.
On a dex DC 12, so that's going to be a fail,
Ah, really?
taking 4d10 damage. lightning damage. Come here, die roller. It's going to be 21,
All right.
which is actually
21
less than
minus
average.
12 is 9? Is that how that works?
19.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So you could, the lightning blast hits the dragon square in the chest, but you can tell the platinum, the magic from the platinum scales helped a little bit. So the dragon looks a little bit wounded, and the gladiator can probably tell, like, it's not as tough as a normal dragon, but it's still very much alive,
Okay.
and it's still able to carry a tail.
21 minus 12 is 9.
Yes.
Well, 21 minus 12, yes, is 9. Yes. Why did I think something else? I don't know. And this guy's in the wrong place in the initiative, so we're going to put him where he belongs. About that time, you hear a great crackle and
Oh,
scream
that was fast.
in the distance, and the dragon that you saw on the horizon is swooping down over Daggerford. You see lightning crackling across the top of the buildings jumping in flames as it looks like the dragon has attacked the town. Alarms are ringing. You hear bells sounding and shouts and yells. You're a good distance away, but this dragon looks like it's attacking Daggerford.
Interesting.
How rude.
A blue dragon, you said.
Yep.
Where's
this guy's initiative go?
So
I'm
it's
seeing
3.
it. I'm seeing it as a 3. And
Oh, the other one who was a 20. I'm not sure where it went. Roll 20.
Gotta love
Roll
it.
20 doesn't like it when you roll 20.
It was there once upon a time.
It was
As-
there once upon a time, right? All right.
I do. I remember it. One of the half dragon gladiators.
The one that's attacking Dinar, or whoever he's attacking now, because I honestly think he might be confused about who to attack right now.
Yeah, he too is now surrounded, right? He's not sure what exactly to do, but he is going to continue on his original pursuit of Dinar, the one who has now summoned a dragon and is, obviously has some sort of power and ability.
Does anyone attack Garrow because Garrow taunted him about his shield?
Oh, you did taunt him. That is true. That is true. Perhaps he will.
I bet it makes you feel safe, huh? Big shield.
Take better notes. Yeah.
Garrow over here, no weapons.
You did smack the crap out of him from a distance with no weapons as well. So sure. If you want the hit, he will he'll come at you.
Come at me.
He's gonna actually charge you, shield out. Striking into you with his shield. That's gonna be a 20 to hit with his shield.
That'll get through. That's my AC.
So, yeah, he hits you with his shield. That's going to be 7 bludgeoning damage. And make a DC 15. You're probably going to make it strength save.
Okay. On strength.
Yes, you made it. So you are not knocked prone as he charges forward, striking you with his shield.
Feels like he just ran into a hill.
Yeah, you just kind of stand him up, shake off that. And then from around the shield, is now that he's like slammed into you, the spear comes out. Ooh,
Now this
25 and 25, because that's a total of, wow, another 2 25s to hit, equaling 25
right.
damage total piercing.
you said 5 damage total piercing.
25.
25. Okay, that's a little bit more scary.
Yes.
Got it.
11 and 14 individual. So the shield bash is 1, and then stab. One-handed. All right, Garrow, your turn, though.
All right, that hurt. I'm not gonna lie, but now Garrow's gonna unleash some fury on this person who's probably pretty injured at this point, right? Do they seem?
He's bloodied. Yeah, he's
Okay.
bloodied.
Well, I'm still gonna unleash on him, but do let me know if I finish him off. So I'll go.
Dragon.
I've got 4 punches, and they have. That was a terrible roll. Here's another one,
It's a little better. That one hits.
and another one,
That one
and
hits.
another one. I can't stop.
Okay, those 3 all hit. The first one did not. But that's a 31, 46, no, 42, and 9, 15. Of course. Yeah, that's going to be enough to knock this guy out of the combat.
All
He
right.
goes down in a pile of scaly heaps. You notice now underneath his armor, as you've kind of bashed it away, that his skin is kind of scaly, like Dinar's.
Interesting.
Has a blue hint to the almost scaly human skin.
He was certainly very tough. He weathered a lot of attacks. So my question now is, would I be able to pick up Narrow Vein, or since I've used my action and bonus action, is that not possible?
Because it's a person, yeah, you're not going to be able to pick him up. Because if you had a bonus action, I would let it. But
Okay.
if it were like a rock or something, that's a different story. A little easier to pick up a rock than a person. Make sense?
Could I at the very least, put a foot on him again and try to defend his
Yeah, you can. Well, your foot's
unconscious
been
body?
there. Your foot's been there, so you can apply some more pressure to kind of just help hold him in place.
It's like I'm holding a base, and I'm like just...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, okay, that's all then. Garrett
Your turn,
will
I'll shield you with platinum scales. I don't know if you've taken damage. Yes, you have taken damage, so you have
I
15
have.
temporary hit points.
I appreciate that.
All right.
So could have used that a
So-
minute ago, Dinar.
I mean,
The hair's a little bloody, but he looks okay.
yeah. So I realized that what we do not want that to happen is we do not want to be surrounded. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cast this spell that doesn't require concentration. And I'm going to summon another one. So this
Something
one
another
is very clearly not a real dragon. It's like a golden spirit type of thing, but it also seems like it's tangible enough that enemies can't walk through it, and it does move. So it seems like if an enemy got near it, it would attack them. Now I'm going to have the actual dragon. I'm going to have it shoot this one here, the other gladiator, twice with a dragon firebolt.
Saw that coming.
I assume one of those hits.
Yeah, the 29 hits.
For 17 radiant damage. And that is Dinar's turn. And I'm going to go edit the dragon so he's not rolling with advantage.
Okay.
There's the button to edit so he's not rolling with advantage. Apparently that's only on PC character sheets. So, roll
It's
button.
okay. We'll just take the. I'm having the same thing go on mine, so it's fine. Just look
Yeah.
at the first one unless they have.
Yeah, just
All right,
All right,
Rovin's still
that's Dinar's turn.
unconscious. The dragon wings. All right, this guy starts his turn inside Hunger of Hadar. So he's going to take how much damage on the start of his turn?
8.
Oh,
Cold.
8 cold damage, right on. All right. These other two, seeing that, they can hear the screams and slurps and stuff as they're just right outside this magical darkness that has occurred. They are going to opt for a different direction of approach here. And kind of climbing over the rock, the side of the rock. This guy jumps right next to Nerovin, grabs him, and with his bonus action, is going to attempt to fly away. So we'll do a contested strength check. Garrow, you're probably going to win it, but
I better. Come on, Garrow. Don't let me down. Ooh, that wasn't great, but
oh, it's going to be enough, probably. Yeah, it's enough. Yeah. He goes to fly away, and I guess maybe in all the mud and the muck, it slips from his grasp, and he does fly away up to the maximum flight range that he has as a bonus action for the end of turn. But
I will punch him as he leaves my radius.
sure, you can swing out at him, sure. As he's flying
Send out
away.
an inky black tendril fist up as he flees.
That hits. Yeah, that gets him. Nice little bit of minus 12. And the force damage. All right, cool.
And with the crusher feed, I want to like see if that punch will just like knock him. You know, it knocks him like 5 feet. Not that it matters.
Okay.
I mean, can you knock him 5 feet to the left into the Hunger of Hadar?
All right. Oh, is he that close?
Yeah, he's
I'm not
flying
sure.
away, right? So as he's leaving your
He
range,
was-
if you punch
He
him,
was right here as he flew away.
Yeah, I mean, I technically can do that with the crusher feed. Can I say that my attack like sweeps him
yeah,
into the hunger?
sure. You knock him into Hunger of Hadar, sure, where he will end his turn.
Probably being a bit disoriented after that hit.
Any of them ending their turn will have to do the roll, but I think you got one more guy here to move,
Yep.
don't you?
Yep.
Yeah.
And he is going to also climb over. He's going to attempt the same thing, right? Climbing over this rock, grabbing, and then bonus action to fly away.
Sure.
So go ahead and roll your.
That's not great.
It's enough. Not. He starts slipping under your foot, and you just kind of press down a little harder. And
These guys are determined.
this guy's like, fine. And he stands, seeing what just happened to his friend. He's not going to take the chance of flying away. He'll stand his ground, grip firm on Narovan. You figure there's going to be another tug of war here in a minute. So,
Oh, poor Narovan.
ending their turns, we have 1, now 2, 3, 4, 5 dragon wings in the Hunger of Hadar. All of the
I
dragon wings.
imagine they're like tentacles on the edge of the hunger, just kind of reaching for
Nope.
Narovan, like that's killer.
I'm going to go ahead and roll this. Any of them that end their turn and fail their
Dex saves.
deck save take that much acid damage.
Is that a
5,
19 spell DC?
19, yes.
1 save, 2 saves, 3 saved. Wow, 2 crit saves. Nice.
Rather they use their 20s for that.
Yeah, because honestly, the main purpose of that was not really to do a lot of damage. It was to take them out of the fight.
I mean, it's doing pretty good damage as well. But yeah, the taking them out of the fight has worked really well so far.
Being slowly licked to death by tendrils of
Yes.
Yeah.
acid.
Yeah. All right. Moving on now. How is there another dragon wing with an 8? And that was we're gonna. I'm telling
Who
y'all,
knows?
the initiative tracker thing is doing some weird stuff.
Yeah.
Seems like it. Yeah.
It's adding things in. All right, so now that would make it Owen's turn, right?
Okay. So this guy is the one that tried to shoot me last time, right?
Yep, he's holding that blue swirly orb, similar to the green swirly orbs that you guys saw in the other.
I'm going to shoot him back.
All right.
17, 22, 16. Pretty sure at least one of those hits.
Actually, all of those hit.
Okay, so that's what, 38 damage?
All force damage. Okay. Come on, stop being crazy, roll 20. All right. Anything else for Owen? Moving or
No.
you guys have a nice little perimeter set up there, so Dragon Fangs, where are you? Okay, there's 2 inside the Oh, I wish they would use different tokens for these guys.
They're all pretty similar.
So the ones that are inside.
Yeah, we got 2 inside. That was a dragon wing. This is a dragon fang. That's a dragon fang. Okay. 2 inside, 2 outside.
All right, the 2 inside take 6 damage.
All right. Really saw this going differently, y'all. Really did.
It seems like a very us approach to most situations. Is that we just
This dragon
Those
fang.
half dragon gladiators aren't the only ones who have seen a few fights.
This dragon
I mean,
fang is going to attack.
these guys really should attack us when we're a little bit weakened, but at our best, ooh, that's dangerous.
It's by design. Breaking the immersion for a moment.
I mean, something tells me we're gonna have to fight a dragon relatively soon, so don't get too overconfident.
Yeah, I'm saving back some of my spell slots for that potential fight. So
that's going to be 2 attacks from this guy on Garrow. Both of those rolls are 22 because
Yep.
he's within 5 feet. He gets pack tactics, and he's attacking with his fanatic advantage, which means that on 1 weapon hit, you take an extra 3d6 damage. So
Ooh,
on the
that's pretty spicy.
yeah. So that's going to be an additional 16. So you have 13 piercing plus 7 lightning on first attack, then 15
That's 20.
piercing and 8 lightning. So 15, 13, and 16. That's 28, 38, 44 piercing damage and 15 lightning damage for a total of 61 damage.
good thing you
That's
had those
a lot of-
temporary hit points.
That's a lot of damage.
Yes,
So
some
you- you
fashionably
stick-
late temporary hit points.
61 damage.
Is my math right there, y'all? Double check my math, make sure that's right. 16 and 15 is 31, and 13 is 44, and then another 15. Well, my math's wrong. 44 and
That's 59.
59. Sorry, I was off by 2.
Well, that too matters. So thank you. All right, got it. I'll deduct that accordingly. Garrow's obviously not looking great after that one. Still up.
And then the second one, he is going to send his orb lightning bolt again towards Owen. That's going to be a 20 to hit as this
That
blue
hits.
lightning bolt strikes out across.
That hits.
Yep, and that's going to be a total of 20 damage, lightning damage.
Okay, so I roll. What do I roll here?
There's no save. This is from an orb. This isn't a breath.
Oh no,
weapon.
I'm for my concentration check.
Oh, for your concentration check. You
It's
roll.
a Constitution save, DC half the damage taken.
Yep. So,
Okay, so how much damage did I take?
20. So you're going to be a DC 10 con save.
Okay, con save.
You're good. Good.
Then, as a reaction, hang on, let me look this spell up real quick. Okay, so I'm spell level. Okay, actually, as a reaction, I'm going to cast this spell here. Let me put it out. And I'm casting things at 5th level now, so right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
Holy crap.
so that's what 6d10. Am I reading that right?
So it's 2 for the beginning, and then yeah.
So
3,
that's
4. Yep.
5d10, 6d10, 6d10. Yeah.
60,
So
10. Yep.
Roll 20 typically asks you what level you're casting at.
it looks like it's got it hard coded here for me.
Yes. Sometimes it does.
It's got it hard coded here for me, so I'm going to change that in my and then just hit it now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it did ask me. Oops, hang on. Change it back, and then I'll do it.
Right on.
This it still only did 2d10. A high level cast one. No, what?
So it added the damage. The high level cast is the additional 4d6.
Yes. And you
So-
rolled 2 ones on those 42s.
Wow.
Good
So
job.
17 total.
Yep, 17 total damage. You had me a little scared. I'm not gonna lie.
That was.
And he
That was
does he
sad.
get a deck? Oh, he does get a deck save to that, which he failed.
Okay.
All right. Teo, that brings it to you.
All right, since it appears one of the modes of attack is to fly away, I'm going to take that away, and I'm going to cast enlarge reduce on a prisoner. Now, I assume is an unwounding creature, which means he has the ability to do a Constitution saving throw.
But he is
Well, we can do it.
unconscious.
But he is unconscious, so that is an unusual circumstance. The other thing about this is that it has 2 primary conditions that I'm interested in. One, it doubles his size,
Mm-hmm.
which is one thing, but more importantly, it multiplies his weight by 8, likely making him too heavy to carry off and fly away.
I like that. That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty clever, man. Give
Yeah.
yourself some inspiration for that clever use of that spell. That is absolutely clever. Now that forces me to open his character sheet and figure out what his weight
Of
is.
course.
You know, but
And then do math.
and then I have to do math, which we had a math lesson in the Discord. So he's a medium elf, so
He's an elf?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's just put it this way. We assume he weighs even as little as 100 pounds. He's now 800 pounds.
Yeah.
And
He's heavy.
he's heavy.
Doubled his
He's going to take some effort to carry away.
That puts him partially in the hunger of Hadar as well.
Well, not necessarily, right? I mean, maybe Teo could have positioned him outside.
As he grows, he's gonna
That's fine if he pushes against Garo a little bit. Garo's
Okay.
like, still sort of like standing kind of on him. So Garo's
Yeah.
now on this like giant. But he gets Teo's plan and gives him a thumbs up. This
here's
means
what I'm
Garo
gonna
can-
do. I can't put you on top.
Garo will be able to maybe move a little bit better now without having to stand on this prisoner.
There we go. I moved Narovan to the back, so you're on top. You should be able to click yourself without clicking him.
Yep, I can.
Okay.
Perfect.
So yes, as he grows, it lifts Garo off the ground, and you have to stable yourself. But you manage well enough. Anything else from Teo after turning Narovan into a giant worm speaker? One. I'm just reading something because I want to. He is bound.
Well, didn't the dragon guy cut his spines with a critical hit?
He cut the tether.
Oh, okay.
Seems like everything else on a creature also grows when they grow.
That's what it looks like. Clothing, weapons, anything attached to them grows. So, yep. That's what I wanted to make sure I didn't like break the ropes.
Yeah.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Aim for effort.
Could have been a little gruesome, but I don't know.
Yeah, or if the ropes didn't grow, did they cut into him? And
Not go there, I guess.
no, that was last night's Delta Green episode, cutting things, and slicing people into squares and cubes, and
A little
diamonds.
bit of body horror.
Yeah. So, all right, Teo, did you say that was it?
And since I'm in the grasp currently, I'm not going to try to escape or get out of this grasp, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. Cool beans. All right, that brings us to
Do
the
you
other
need
glide.
temporary hit points, or I don't think you took a hit since last turn. Okay,
I have not taken a hit yet,
that's good.
but thank you for asking.
Trying to keep us all alive here.
All right. The other half dragon gladiator sends out a new blast at the new dragon target that is there, as it has popped in. I did roll a 5 to recharge his lightning breath, so it recharges
Okay.
on a 5 or a 6. So this new dragon thing will have to make a DC 12 Dex save as
Well,
well.
just it's not a creature; it counts as an object, so the thing just goes right through it.
Okay, so it counts as an object, not a creature.
Yeah,
That
it's
would
just
have made a difference then.
yeah, like this thing is. I can read you the description of the spell. It says a large spectral guardian appears and hovers for the duration in an unoccupied space of your choice you can see within range. It occupies that space and is indistinct except for a gleaming sword and shield emblazoned with the symbol of your deity. I have it reskinned to look like a dragon, but he knows that it's not actually a dragon.
Okay,
Like this is a
he knows it's just a shimmering kind of.
yeah.
Okay, then he would have
A spirit.
targeted the main, the one he knew that was a dragon.
Okay. But he does have to move because the Guardian of Faith does, I believe, block line of effect.
Okay, that's easy enough. Yeah,
And
he can move.
when he moves, the dragon is going to use his attack on him, so he has to make a wisdom save.
Oh, that'll be a fail on the wisdom save.
All right, he takes 20 radiant damage. This thing does not roll dice; it just does exactly
flat
20.
damage. Yeah,
Cool.
nice. No, he doesn't have 20. He took 20. Goober. There we go. All right, and on that, he will attack the other one. So that other one will take a DC 12 save for Dex.
All right, so same thing as before. I'm going to hard roll it.
Or take.
Oh, it's a natural one.
Ouch. So he takes 29 additional lightning damage.
He's still up. But Taya can tell this ride is getting a little shaky.
All right, cool. The blue dragon is continuing his assault on the town. More and more buildings have erupted into flame. You can see he swooped down. He has something in a claw. Maybe it's the rooftop to one of the buildings or a wagon. You can't really tell, but he has something in his claw that he has grabbed, and he is full on assaulting the town of Daggerford.
You keep kind of trying to call it Dragon Ford.
I do, because it's Tyranny of Dragons. So, he died. I was like, that thing went away again, but he's dead. Okay, Garrow, it would be your turn because you guys killed the first half blue.
All right. So we've got who are the ones that have the orbs? Remind me.
This guy's the only one that you have seen use an orb.
Okay.
How is he looking?
He's banged up. You could tell he's bloody. He's got some blood on him.
Well, first I'm gonna go after that one who's climbing on the rock here, because I might just be able to easily knock him right into the darkness as well with a 1. Oh my goodness, what a low roll for Garrett. Does that hit?
14. I do not believe that's going to hit the dragon wing. Actually, yeah, that does hit the dragon wing.
Oh, whew.
Just hits him.
It was in an odd angle because of the rock, but
Yeah.
he takes that damage, and I'll move him into the darkness on top of, or beneath, I guess, because that one's flying. His other companion.
But it's just a puppy pile in there at this point.
Yeah, it's just a puppy pile being licked to death by strange, whispery. Anyway, so that was one attack. Let's go ahead and Garrow's going to fly up about 10 or so feet off the ground and begin raining down some blows on this person here.
Okay.
Let's give two blows. 1, 2, 1.
So the 25 and the 21 both hit. So that'll be 29 and 11 is 40. Yeah, 40 damage.
He's still looking pretty sturdy after that.
Yeah, he's still standing pretty good. Pretty solid footing. You obviously dinged him up, but you know.
Well, then I'm just going to fly up a bit more. Because of my mobile feat, I won't provoke an attack of opportunity after attacking. And I'm actually going to fly up, I said 10 before. I'm going to use my full move to go up 60 feet.
Okay.
And up there, as I look down at the battlefield, I'm going to use my bonus action to drink a health potion.
All right.
Because, ouch. And so I have a potion of greater healing. That's 4d4 plus 4, I believe. 4d4 plus 4. Not bad. 16.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Arrow wipes a little bit of blood from his mouth. And he'll just float up there for the and end my turn up in the air.
All right.
Give a little wave over to Teo.
Nice. All right. Then that'll be moving on to Dinar.
So Dinar realizes that his summoned dragon is not going to be able to take another hit. So I'm going to command the dragon to fly down and drop tail off, and then see, I'm going to command the dragon to fly down and drop tail off, and for my action, what can I do for my action? I'm just going to so this one here, I believe, is the one who's been using the orb.
Correct.
Has he taken damage? I believe he's taken damage.
He has taken damage.
I'm going to target him with Toll the Dead. So DC 19 Wisdom save.
Made it.
Really? All
He
right.
rolled
Well,
a 19. Yep. Just made it.
there you go. That is able to avoid the damage. Then on the dragon's turn, it's going to fly down and sort of gently put tail on the ground, and you can see it lets you go, and it's going to fly up, and it's going to get up into the air, because it actually has a speed of 40, so it was hovering quite low, so it's going to fly down like 5 feet, drop you, fly back up, and it's going to get still out of melee range, and I'm going to shoot this gladiator once, probably one last time, with 2 dragon firebolts. Well, it looks like he's going to make his last turn count.
Yeah, it does, because both of those are solid hits. So
That's 22 radiant damage.
Radiant damage.
And just in case, I'm going to use Platinum Scales one last time and give him... Oh, I actually got almost perfect for that. I'm going to give him 16 temporary hit points.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I wanted to do it to Garrow, but he flew out of range. That's my turn.
All right.
Hopefully flying out of range keeps me somewhat safe. I don't know about that orb, though.
Yeah.
But I do have a cool monk skill I can use if they try to help me.
Nice. You all see Nerovan now enlarged. It's quite obvious to see. He has awakened. He is squirming, shaking, and he's going to try to break these bonds that hold him now. Does that enlarge increase his give him a strength bonus as well? I think I read that, but don't remember what I read. Let me scroll up and see. Enlarge, reduce, there it
Has
is.
advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing because his strength sucks. Uh, 15. Break out of bonds.
I don't know. It seems like our bond should be a little bit harder to break than 15.
Do me this then. You have
Survival?
yeah, survival will work. That's a good skill for that. That it used to be called rope use, but I know that one doesn't exist anymore. So we'll do roll it against your Jesus.
Oh my gosh!
Oh! Layton taught me a thing or two about tying up for
Garo came prepared.
Garo's a freaking Boy Scout when it comes to knots.
Let's go.
All right, fine. He doesn't break his bonds. Grr. All right. All right. But he is awake. He
squirming and large.
squirming and enlarged. He's kind of kicking around and flailing. It looks like he's trying to do the worm on the ground to get out.
It might be time for Anteo to lose concentration here.
All of the dragon wings are now inside. So how much damage are you whittling away at them now?
3 little damage.
3. What did you just do? All right.
Well, isn't Nerovan pretty close to the circle of Hadar? Somebody's just got to be able to nudge him just enough so that his little finger or his ear is in the hunger of Hadar. And that should take care of that.
Presumably,
He's I think he's only affected by the darkness if he's all the way in, right?
well, if I get a turn and I have to use it to hit him, it probably won't be just to hit him into the hunger. It'll just be to take him out once and for all. But yeah,
All right.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, but
The dragon wings really can't take any action because they are in the hunger of Hadar. They can't see. These don't have blind sight. Only the gladiators have the blind sight feat. So they're pretty much
probably
stuck.
bumping into each other, tripping
Yeah.
on each other.
There's the second roll. Any that don't save, take 7.
All right.
I mean, the screams coming out of this darkness must be
Dex save against DC 19.
That's a crit. Fail. Oh, barely failed with an 18. Okay. Well. So all of them failed. Well, I got 2 more to roll. Oh, one saved. One saved out of all 6 of them. One of them saved. So, yep. You still hear all the screams occurring. But,
How many turns are we in now? Since I cast this,
this is 4.
Not
3.
that many. It's
This
like,
is 3.
three or three. I
This is
think.
3. Yeah. It's been 4 rounds of combat, but this is the 3rd round since you cast this.
So got 7 more rounds before that thing comes down, unless they can break my concentration.
Yeah. All right. So the dragon wings can't do anything. So Owen, that's your turn now.
All right. Okay, I'm still going after this guy with the orb.
Okay.
It doesn't hit, does it?
14 does not hit him. Nope. It goes right past him. He sidesteps it. It goes
30 hits him.
A 30 does hit him. And a
23.
23 hits him.
That's 23 points of damage total.
You blast him. He goes flying back into this rock and crumples into a heap on the ground.
Nice.
And I was worried about that orb.
This guy that was next to him that I've lost the initiative tracker for the dragon claws, having seen that happen, he's gonna start fleeing,
Okay.
running
Finally, a
towards
smart one.
Daggerford. God, I did it again.
Don't want to let him get away, but I also,
Oh, and anything else?
That's all.
All right. Have you taken damage?
I have taken no damage. So, well, no, I have taken. Yeah, I have actually taken damage.
All right. Well, I will give you 12 temporary hit points.
Okay.
All right. The dragon fangs. I got 2 inside the Hunger of Hadar. And 1 outside. 1 outside was fighting Garrow, but now that Garrow's up in the air, he's gonna tug on the now giant-sized Nerevan and assist him to get up. Kind of, come on, let's go. We've got you now. It's time to go. And they are going to start fleeing together. Nerevan stepping up and on and over this rock. That does mean he's leaving Dinar's area and Owen's area. So you guys will both get a opportunity attack on him if you'd like.
Yeah, I have Warcaster, and that actually helps me a lot here.
That can be a spell, right?
Yes, I can
Yes.
cast a spell with it. So I'm trying to think of what I would want to do with that.
I can't cast a spell though, right? For mine, or is it?
As long as the
Unless you
spell
have
doesn't
that
cause
specific
concentration, right? Because you have a concentration spell up.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be able to. I could.
You could Eldritch Blast him.
Yeah, but
Because-
I don't know. I don't know if you have Warcaster. You haven't been
I don't have
rolling your
Warcaster.
concentration checks with advantage. The only spell I could cast that would really do something is Toll the Dead. I don't know. Like, are we at the point where it's just kill him?
that's kind of up to you, Dinar. I mean,
Yeah.
You kind of got to make that decision in the moment.
I'm gonna make that decision now. I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead, targeting him as he's trying to escape. 'Cause I'm fairly certain that is Dinar. That is what Dinar would do. He would not
Yeah.
let the Dragon Speaker even have a chance to get away.
I think at this point, with this happening, I'm going to yell, Teo, can you drop him back to normal size?
well, I mean, he was unconscious before, so he probably doesn't have much hit points.
Yeah, I don't know how many hit points he has, but he needs to make a Wisdom save, and if he fails and is damaged, he takes 27 necrotic damage.
Right. Since he was unconscious, to this, and then by okay, cool. So he did fail his save, and it's 27 necrotic. You said.
As long as he's damaged already.
He was not at full health because he did take damage from Garrow's punch unconsciousness.
Okay, well, yeah.
So
In
then
that
he's
case,
gonna
it's
take
27 necrotic
27.
damage.
And I guess if that ends up, finishing him off, it's up to Dinar if that's lethal or not.
But you can't do non-lethal damage with a spell. That's why I was considering,
Yeah.
that's why.
Okay.
But Dinar, he's a cleric of Bahamut. If this dragon speaker is trying to get away, I will kill him.
I already said that if it comes between him trying to get away and us killing him, we kill him. So,
That's
Yeah.
what I figured.
Yep.
That's what.
yeah.
So yeah, with what I did was I rolled his hit points for waking up and then divided by 25% for so divided by 4, because he was unconscious, still coming up out of it. He'd only been up for 1 round awake, so it's kind of a weird way to figure out hit points, but when you knock someone unconscious. So, but that does mean 27 is enough to drop him to 0. So as he's running away, he crumbles over the rock and kind of tumbles to the ground. Looks like you have
and
slain him.
When he sees him run, Dinar, who is a fairly accomplished user of magic at this point, is going to channel the power of Bahamut and just say, "Okay, he needs to die," and I lash out with my hand and slay him with magic.
The bell tolls for him.
Yes. And seeing this, the Dragon Fang, who had started his run as well, but you chose, Narovan as the target. He also takes off a full run, having no chance left to save his partner. He is running. You hear him saying something in Draconic. You can't quite make it out because you were focused on, casting your spell here.
Dinar's trying to fight.
Yeah, Dinar's trying to fight. So he is running away.
I think it's going to be hard to get away from Teo.
It is Teo's turn.
Well, that's fortunate. 50, 65. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to start by doing a little bit of movement by pulling out my broom, jumping on my broom, and becoming airborne. And I'm going to reposition myself over here and 15 feet up off the ground.
Okay.
My broom movement is 50, so. And then from here, I'm going to let me make sure that's okay. I'm just going to do a simple light crossbow attack. You describe the difference between these two targets.
What difference are you looking for other than like physical appearance or?
Were any of these similar in appearance to the one that was using the orb?
Yes. Yeah, the one
Silver one.
Yeah, the silver one is
This
the
guy.
orb one. Yeah, the other guy's he's a grunt. Like the other guy is obviously a low rank grunt, and he is running for his life.
So, for the more accomplished one, I will attempt a light crossbow attack. Does a 28 hit?
Yes.
13.
13 damage to the 28 hit. Right. Cool. Yeah, he's still up. You do wing him, basically. But he's up and running. All right. Anything else for Teo? Flu shot.
No, I think that about covers it.
Okay. The half blue gladiator's turn. Let's roll for this recharge. Can I get lucky twice? Nope. All right. He breathes in. Nothing happens. He is then going to. I know he'll have to take a. It's a wisdom save, right? If he moves.
Yes.
20. He's going to come right up into the thick of it, having seen Narovan fall and go down. He's going to come right up into the thick of it. 10, 15. He stops at the first combatant he sees, but first he's going to take that wisdom. Say, ooh, that's a 9. So
Oh, he takes 20 radiant damage. But you can also tell that the magic of this guardian is starting to dissipate. He probably only has one more good hit left in him.
he's getting like a little more transparent.
Yeah, it's like, and you sort of see like flickering wisps of power wafting off him, and it's like, I'm having a little trouble holding him together because he used quite a bit of his power to blast this guy twice.
Right. And with that, he's going to step up to Owen, who seems to have avoided a lot of the combat this session. But the first combatant he comes to, he is not going to take any gruff from you guys. He's laying into it. Shield bash first as he comes charging in. Come on, mouse. Probably a miss with a 12.
That misses.
But then the spear and the spear, the first one misses. The second one's a hit with a 25.
Okay.
And then that'll be 13 piercing damage.
13 damage. Okay.
And he screams as loud as he can.
So as soon as that hits, Misty escape,
Nice.
and I'll reappear right there.
You will need to make a concentration check, though, right, for Hunger of Hadar?
So we'll half of 13.
Well, it's 10 or half the damage.
Yeah,
taken.
10
So
or half
still
the damage, so
10.
10. Yeah, you make it. Obviously. Cool. And as he yells out, he's yelling in common. Trying to figure out exactly how to word this. I know what I want to say, but how would a blue dragon yell it, you know?
The glory of Tiamat? No.
No. Fall back and regroup. Get to, and he shouts a obviously draconic sounding word. It's probably a name. Tell him of our struggle, and we shall regroup and try again. And these guys are running away. You see the blue dragon's attention has gone away from the town and is now flying towards the folks that are running to him.
Oh, you mean the cultists?
Yes, the cultists are flying towards the dragon, or running towards the dragon. The dragon is flying towards the cultists, and it's gonna be a couple of turns before
What's the size of this dragon? Can we tell from this distance?
As he gets closer, he's kind of young. Looks, his scales are very bright. Now that the sun is up a little bit more, you can see the scales are very bright. He's quite muscular and athletic looking dragon as he's flying across the river, just kind of beelining straight for y'all.
I'm up in the air as Garrow. I just see this in the distance. I'm like, whoa, this is certainly an interesting way to start the day.
So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So it's probably 4 turns before he ever is going to be able to get to you guys.
Is this a spot where we can take a quick break?
Yeah. If y'all want to take a break here, we could do that, and then you can back clean up if you want.
Yeah.
Basically, this gladiator is going to stand their ground and fight until the death to allow his enemies or his comrades to escape. So we don't have to roll that out. We can say that because that's going to happen. He's not far from death. and these others are going to die eventually in the hunger of Hadar, unless y'all go in there to drop it and then go in there and wade them out if you want to battle.
No, I'm more interested in making sure that the ones who are trying to escape don't get
I
away.
guess
Okay.
my
So-
one concern is presumably he yelled that pretty loud. Was it loud enough so that the people in the Hunger of Hadar could hear him and get some sort of direction as to where to go? But I do
don't
not, just
think
not
so.
know that spell well enough.
I don't think that would have happened.
Okay.
They're tangled on each other and like tripping and just
Yeah, the
pathetic.
slurping noises kind of blocks out anything from outside. So when we come back from break, we'll just pick up with the half blue being dead, everyone in the Hunger of Hadar being dead, because that's going to happen eventually. And no
Yeah.
point in playing it out turn by turn, 3 to 5 hit points at a time.
And can we capture these guys who are trying to flee, or should we just wait until that?
That's where we'll pick up when we come back as to what y'all want to do in that case.
Got it.
So
Sounds good.
we'll be back in just a couple minutes, folks, from break. Hang in there.
See you.
All right, everybody, we are back. Welcome back to Tyranny of Dragons here on United Adventure Company. Plays of 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, or as we have come to call it, Boxes and Puppies, because, you know, it's fun. As we left the last, right before the break, it was decided that the majority of the attention has now turned to this last remaining half dragon gladiator who goes all the way at the end of the turn. So everyone who is going to take an action against him, go ahead and do that. Narovan is dead.
All right. See how he likes that.
How do you like dim apples, buddy? Oh, ow. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
What is it? I
Do I
don't
need
see
to
it.
take my action, or is he dead yet?
I've got some lag, apparently. The last thing I see is... Oh, no, there it is. I guess, yeah, it just all popped up. Okay. The 1, 2, 3 Eldritch Claws for 23, 34, 36, 44, 45 damage. Yeah, your Eldritch Claw tattoo kind of envelops him and just starts whipping the crap out of him, and eventually he does crumple into a heap on the ground.
Okay, so I don't need to use my action at all.
Nope, he's
Okay.
dead.
At the end of Garrett's turn, since presumably he had to fly down to do that, now I can give him to him.
I would say that I did have to fly down to do that. So I am going to fly just a little bit this way towards the lean ones.
Okay.
But that's there.
And then, Dinar, you give yourself some temporary hit points.
Well, no, those were for Gara. I am
for
going
Gara.
to, I'm going to use half my movement. I'm going to climb onto this dragon, and then I'm going to. I think I'm just going to dodge because I can't cast a concentration spell while I'm on the dragon, and I'm going to have the dragon. It has a speed of 40. So I'm going to have it fly 40 feet, sort of really low to the ground in this direction.
Okay. Ending up kind of on that parallel line.
Yeah, and then I'm going to shoot both of these, or I'm going to shoot the one with an orb twice with Dragonfire bolts. Yeah, that looks like 2 misses, unfortunately.
Yeah, both of those are going to miss. Yep.
Well,
You hit the
there-
ground right behind his feet. He's running as you're flying. The dragon just mistimes the attack.
Yeah, I mean,
Lead your target.
I give Owen the thumbs up and end my turn.
Lead, damn it, lead! All right. Next up are the ones in the all in here in the Hunger of Hadar, the dragon wings. The screams begin to die off a little bit from some of them, and others,
Some turn to laughter.
yeah, some turn
Fair.
into some sick, sadistic like laughing. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah, that's both 10 and 15. So 10 and 5, it's 15. Seems that some of them have just given up hope. There's still some. Why are you minusing? Stupid roll 20, doing a stupid roll 20 thing. All right. So Owen, it'll be your turn.
All right, I'm going after this one.
Okay. Crit. Oh Jesus.
And if he dies before they're all used up, the other one, direct the rest of them at the other one.
Okay, so yeah, this guy does die. The orb scatters across the ground. This guy, you hit him, and all right. Dragon Fang's dead. slowly opening my screen back up. Anything else? Actually, oh, there's 2 more dragon fangs in there, so I can't delete their initiative yet. Anything else from Owen? You gonna move, chase that guy
Yeah,
down
that's
or
all.
anything?
That's all. I'm gonna sit right here for now.
All right. So these 2 dragon fangs take some damage as well from in there. Another 15. I wish these guys had blind sight. That would really help them out.
Yeah, it certainly would. I'm glad they don't.
From behind you all, you hear a crackle and kind of a great fluttering behind you. You turn to see what it is, and an enormous Dinar, you recognize immediately. This is a metallic dragon, has just broken out of the clouds from behind you, comes down, fires its breath weapon into the hunger of Hadar, and you hear the screams inside. Everyone inside just dying. At the sight of this, the young blue dragon that is flying towards you turns and begins to fly away, fleeing the combat area.
And with that, I'll drop my concentration.
Yeah, you see the bodies mangled and distorted inside as the silver dragon has just obliterated everything. It comes to land right near you.
Arrow looks like he's ready to fight this dragon. He's like, all right.
Yeah,
Dragon.
Dinar's going to hold up his hand like, nope, no.
It's one of the shiny, the sparkle dragons. That's right.
Sparkle dragons. And this dragon looks at you, Dinar, and says, let that one live. Let him flee. For he can tell the story of what happens to those who oppose the power of Bahamut and try to join the likes of Tiamat.
Dinar will bow and say, it will be done. And thank you for your assistance.
Arrow shrugs and says, okay.
And about that time, the silver dragon polymorphs into a humanoid form. A beautiful woman with silver hair, silver eyes, and a sheen to her skin is standing there in front of you in the glade. Hello. My name is Atara Layak Kamos. Believe you were told of me by the Council of Waterdeep. And you remember there was a invitation that you all had been given to meet the Council of Dragons upon your return.
Yes.
And she references that. She says, I'm here to take you to the council. You are behind and overdue.
Yeah, and Dinar will explain, like, there was an attack by a green dragon and we were sent off to deal with it.
Yeah, then we have this prisoner we were going to bring
and
back.
then,
But he's a
we
giant
were
dead
attacked
guy.
on the way back.
When he died, he shrank back to normal size, obviously.
Okay. Just normal guy.
And she says, it's a pity. There's so much we could have gotten from that one. What?
Yeah, it's like, you can tell Dinar is a little bit shifty and is like, technically, it's like, I'm a cleric, but I don't think, like, I'm a cleric, I could, then Dinar has an idea, I could speak with dead, that might help.
It's not worth the energy, dear. We
That's fair.
must move to the Council of Dragons immediately.
All right.
They sit and wait for you.
Lead the way, I suppose.
Climb aboard, and she will polymorph back into dragon form. And there is more than enough room for all of you to climb on board of this ancient silver dragon, who has
I
definitely
will
seen.
dismiss the summon who, like, poofs into non-existence.
Oh, thank you, milady. Garrett will say as he climbs atop the dragon and sort of, he actually sort of like floats onto her back.
Yep. And the last remaining dragon claw running off into the distance, looking over his shoulder.
I'm going to give him a wave.
And as you all climb on board, we're gonna call this dragon Ota, because I'm not saying that entire name every time I have to say their name. Okay.
All right.
You climb on the back of Ota, and she strokes her wings one hard stroke, and you are off the ground almost immediately, 100 feet in the air. There we go. Changing scenes. Back to kind of the regular cameras here. And you take off in flight, headed towards somewhere you've never been. She says, our journey is quite long. It will take several days. But I'll make sure we get there safely.
Thank you.
Okay. So what should we talk about? Garrow looks around at everyone.
And she'll kind of interject for a moment and go, well, you could begin by telling me exactly why the council recommends you so highly, other than your ability to kill the dragons.
Well, I figured that was the main reason, but we've been pretty good at our job since we started. Fighting the cult and all.
I mean, yeah,
We've been tracking this cult for a very long time, probably more than a year now, I'm guessing at this point.
Yes.
Besides, have you not seen how good looking Dinar really is?
Dinar is going to shoot you a look like, this is not the time. And you can't tell if that's because he's being completely serious or because he's incredibly embarrassed. It's probably a bit of both.
Probably. Probably a little bit of both.
Garrow will share some stories from our travels as we fly along for, however many hours when he's not dozing off, trying to hold on.
Yeah, and then the other thing Dinar will mention is we have intercepted 2 of the worm speakers so far.
Yes, so we have noticed. It's sad that you weren't able to recover the masks. However, we've learned that they have already been recovered by the cult and rest at the Well of Dragons. They need only a few more before they have them all. Once they have them all, then they can perform the ritual to summon their queen, who wishes nothing more than to destroy our world.
Well, as we have done before, we will do anything we can to oppose them.
I assume you are aware that the mask that we were sent after the green appears not to be in our possession and is most likely already at the well.
Yes. That is what our intelligence has told us. She goes on, mainly talking about the council, the other members of the council, those that you'll meet. You fly the day, and it's a strange route that this dragon is taking you. It's over areas you've been and some areas you haven't throughout the Sword Coast. It's showing you the destruction, the just pure obliteration of villages and cities along the way, obviously done by the cult. And she's telling you the stories of each one kind of as you fly by and pass them. It's kind of weird because, you would think if you're behind schedule, she would want to just get you right there, but no, you're seeing the wake of destruction of the cult as it has moved through the Sword Coast all the way to the south.
So there have been a lot more dragon attacks and or cult attacks of late.
A lot more. Many of the little forts and villages and towns look as Dragonford did when you flew away from it, in near ruin once again. That is the one town throughout the Sword Coast, though, that's not a major city, that has really made it through almost every confrontation that's ever seen it. So
Do we know why they're doing this? Do they just want to sow terror, or do they need, like, it seemed like for a long time they were trying to hoard treasure. Do they need that for the offering to summon their queen, or were they just doing it to acquire other resources?
we think it's a combination of both. The information and intelligence that you all have brought back to the Council of Waterdeep, which makes its way to us, has definitely shown that both of those things are true. There is a particular amount of treasure that Tiamat would like to have upon her return, an offering, as you call it. Also, they need resources. They need food. They need people. They need weapons. They need, because when Tiamat's back, there will be a war across this land. The council
Seems
sits
to
in
me that-
deliberation as to whether we should join the side. Go ahead, Gara. Sorry.
Mute.
Sorry. Seems to me that all this new activity just shows that they're getting scared, that we're causing some real damage to them. That must mean that they're running out of time to accomplish what they want.
Yes, but it also seems like they're getting closer.
Maybe so, but I have a feeling that they're gonna make some mistakes before they get to what they want, and we'll be there to take advantage.
That would be ideal.
Is there any speculation on why Daggerford would be spared?
Daggerford is a very strong settlement. They have fought off many attacks in the past. Spared, not sure that they were really spared. I think this was more of a warning. Given the size of the force that I see, obviously they were trying to recover their worm speaker, and this was more of a sign of warning, perhaps, that wanted to show you that they can have ways to find you and attack you at any time they wish.
Yeah, that brings that raises the question, like, how did they know we were in Daggerford? I mean, I suppose there's magic that could just detect that. Do you think that's what they did, or do you think there was somebody who knew where we went?
It could
Must
be
be
a
some kind of
magic, or they could have just simply followed you without your knowledge.
That's kind of creepy to think we've had someone on our tail that I didn't notice. Usually
Yeah.
pretty good at that kind of thing.
I mean,
Did you really just say someone on our tail?
Well, yeah, that's it's a goblin expression.
All right. I see where you're going.
Nice. So the dragon and the sun begins to fade. You've been flying all day. She says, well, we're nearly halfway there. We'll land here for the night. And she kind of heads towards a small cave structure, setting up, probably looking like she's going to land somewhere she knows. Dinar, you know that dragons have multiple layers throughout, that they have known safe harbor, right? So
yeah.
she flies in, lands on a bluff. There's a small cave there. She says, we'll be safe here for the night. Hopefully they can't track us, even though I'm sure they know who came to your aid. They will be reporting that back. I haven't been seen for hundreds of years. This will be some shock to them. I'm sure they thought I was dead.
Well, we appreciate you coming to our aid. I was kind of excited about fighting that young blue dragon, but to be honest, Garrett, rubs this long spear wound in his shoulder. I could use a nap.
Yes, it appears all of you could use some rest. You will be safe under my wing tonight.
Garrett just lays right down and goes to bed.
Not even chancing it, huh?
Yeah, I was going to do the same. I'm going to switch out a couple spells, because there was a spell I was planning to use once we got back to Waterdeep, but it doesn't seem like we're going to be doing that for a little bit.
Anybody else doing anything throughout the course of the night? Do we need to play out? All
You
right.
may notice that sometimes as a shadow passes over Garrow as he sleeps, that it's almost like he fades to be completely invisible, even as he lays there kind of snoring.
Remind me again of our location.
We're on a mountain bluff. It's one of the dragons. It's like her, her winter.
Yeah, it's her winter home. You know.
And are there any servants or anything like that here?
No, this is just a
Anybody
cave in
else?
the mountains, basically.
Gotcha.
I don't even think we
Very
really.
private getaway. A villa, a dragon villa.
Yeah, it's more of like a dragon motel, like kind of thing. She just knows of this place, knows it's safe, and is
More
going
like
to
an Airbnb, a dragon Airbnb.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
a dragon D&D. What?
A D&D Airbnb.
Yeah.
And we're heading to.
I'm looking for the name of the mountain range. Actually, I can't remember it off the top of my head, so I'm trying to find it real quick because I knew that was going to be a question.
See that the well dragon we've been talking about is down here in the southeast,
Yeah,
but we're probably heading to. I don't know,
Nether Mountains.
the Nether Mount.
They're on the far east.
Ah, there they are.
The Nether Mountains. That's where you're headed. So you're probably here in the Star Mountains after a day of flying in the center of the high forest. After this winding path that she's taken, she landed here in the Star Mountains, about halfway upon your journey. Some 600-mile journey from Daggerford to.
We probably flew over that elfin settlement that we saved.
Yeah.
Right. That was in the high forest.
No, that was down here in the Misty Forest.
Oh no, you're right. Sorry, my bad.
Yep. You would have flown. She probably would have flown over it though. When you were talking about the green dragons.
All right.
Hopefully that's better. Fantastic. Thanks for the heads up. Now you know where you're headed. If nothing else for the night, then she stands watch dutifully over you all for the night. She, the next morning, tells you that you'll make it there today. Be prepared to receive Prothonthir, the gold dragon, Eleuthera, the brass dragon, herself, Nirmuth, the bronze dragon, Tesmikela, the copper dragon. They will all have questions for you as the council sits to deliberate whether we should get involved in this situation or not. So you can tell she's a little irritated even about having to come out in the first place, but
I definitely will remember all of those names. Look forward to meeting them.
Clip it quick.
I'm looking for one thing. So she begins to tell you a story as you all climb on and jump on. She says, no need in waiting till we're there. I'll tell you now why I am involved in this council and why I am weighing my options to be involved. Perhaps upon the way you can make a decision or have more information to guide your own decisions and questions you may have for the rest of the council.
Go on.
And she says that, most part humans are just in need of guidance and protection, and they need to be shown that Bahamut's righteous way of living is the best way. Sadly, they're often ignored and treated as children by the rest of the council. They think we shouldn't get involved. I don't know. Dwarves, however. Now, dwarves, that's a whole nother story. They should die. They should all be burned alive. There used to be great hunts of dwarves that would come and hunt the dragons. Clans and clans of dwarves would come together and hunt a particular dragon long before I was born. My niece was killed in a dragon moot, with the long ancestral memory that's passed down by metallic dragons. I could still feel and see her death as it happened at the hands of the dwarves. Granted, it was just one dwarf that laid the killing blow, but it is all dwarves who are responsible.
That seems a bit harsh. Wasn't that a long time ago?
They still have not paid their debt or apologized. Not a single dwarf has said they're sorry to my family or to the metallic dragons in general. Therefore, they must be held accountable, or they shall forever live in scorn of my family, and we will never come to their aid. So should the dwarves be involved, I will not vote for the council joining.
I sort of glance at Dinar, like, huh. Interesting perspective that you got there. Thank you for sharing.
Dinar's thinking, but like, he definitely knows this is the kind of thing a dragon would do. Right? Dragons have long memories, and even the quote-unquote good ones will absolutely hold a grudge.
Garrow's honestly just glad that their grudge isn't against goblin kind.
Yeah.
Because he just whistled.
And Teo, of course, just for the sake of it, is going to ask, and may I ask, what was the name of this one dwarf that caused such troubles?
It's in here.
Yep.
It's in
I
here.
know.
I know. Get to
That's
it.
why I asked.
They actually did put this name of this dwarf in here. Where's her thing?
And Owen is hearing how this sounds and starting to reframe his grudge against humans a little bit in the process.
Right. And she says it was the dwarf lord of the clan Bron Anvil that laid the killing blow and then used the skin of my ancestor to forge his own armor, which is still handed down from dwarf lord to dwarf lord, generation to generation.
That's a little bit morbid, but at least he didn't. Garrow's gonna stop.
Dinar's gonna like hold up his hands, like, don't say anything else.
Garrow will not say that. At least he didn't waste the dragon. But no, not gonna say it.
Thank you for telling that. Sorry, my memory is not what it used to be with, I don't know, it must be allergies, with my voice and all. So my question is, again, approximately how long ago did this incident take place?
This was hundreds of years ago, but that is not of consequence. The act still occurred and should still be paid for.
Oh, no, I understand that. That's not my question. My question is just merely to put it into context. That is all.
Ah,
Hundreds of years ago. That's tens of thousands of pastries ago.
Oh, at least.
Like 1 million pastries. Since then.
I'm not good with math. When under pressure, let's just say, winking.
Garrow doesn't know what to think about most of this. He just knows that he'll continue to do what Master Laetus commands. regardless of what these dragons want.
And she'll go on to kind of close out her story. It's taken most of the day as she has again wound you through the realm, you know, showing more and more destruction of the cult of the dragon, winding you through, and she ends her story basically saying to you, look, we need to act. We need to act as quickly as possible. As I agree 100% with Proanther that we need to attack, that we need to intervene and act, but we have to know that we can trust those that we act with. And as long as the dwarves are acting with the realm without an apology from them, I cannot, in good conscience, trust them without a sincere, heartfelt apology from the Braun Anvil clan themselves. Do you?
I see.
That's not
well,
unreasonable.
like, is this something that would be a problem? Like, have we heard that the clans of dwarves are helping?
In the Council of Waterdeep, I believe there is a dwarf on the Council of Waterdeep.
Right, yeah.
Hmm.
So we would need to probably approach them and
The
see if-
Ambassador Braun Anvil, in fact, is the sitting dwarf on the Council of Waterdeep. So she
I
is
mean-
basically asking you, or telling you that without his apology and assurances and reparations for the centuries of harm that has come to the killings during the dragon moots, that she will not assist. She will not vote for the
Okay.
council to assist. And if that's something you all think you can change and bring forth as an apology, then I will reconsider my position.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Well, let me put it this way. We will put forth best efforts to try to right this wrong and that bring a sense of closure to this particular chapter. For it has been far too long that this has gone on, and we shall do our best in an attempt to make it right.
how many pastries are we talking in terms of reparation?
Dinar, like, laughs for a second and is like, I don't think that's what she means.
A tribute of some kind, meaningful to the dwarves, perhaps even the skin of my ancestor returned, may begin to heal the wounds.
That seems fair.
That seems like as it will be a big challenge, but we will attempt our best efforts to secure that which you are looking for.
And as you're winding this conversation down, you see the Nether Mountains come into view. She flies through some of the mountains, and you see a majestic castle front carved in to these mountains that at first glance you kind of blink your eyes, you think it's just mountains, but then it's clearly a beautiful
There is actually, sorry, there's one thing that Dinar would like to ask before we get there.
okay.
And so he's going to ask her. Like, one thing that I'm curious about is, do you know if, I'm going to pronounce the dragon name, Ephelamon, has he been summoned, has he been summoned to participate in this? Do you know if he'll be coming? Because that could complicate things as well.
We have not summoned any other dragons at this time. The council holds its option
Sorry,
to
that's
summon.
not what I mean. Ephelamon is a red dragon,
Oh.
a servant of Tiamat, but is very important. So do you have information as to whether he is going to show up? Like, is he part of the cult? Would he show up if Tiamat were summoned?
I imagine if the cult feels he's important, he has been summoned. We do not know, but we do know the Red Wizards of Thay have a great hand in the summoning of dragons, so perhaps some intelligence from them may may be helpful in the future.
Yeah, I see. Okay, just if you don't know where I'm going with this, Ephelamon is the red dragon who is Vlakith. All right, Vlakith is the head of the Githyanki, and Ephelamon is her consort. So what I'm worried about is if he's involved, he could bring the Githyanki into this as well because they are allied with red dragons.
Yeah, she doesn't have any intelligence to that to suggest that
Yarrow looks completely confused at all this. He's like, Githyanki.
This is something Dinar cares about because I mean, obviously he's he's a cleric of Bahamut. He wants to fight Tiamat, but he really hates mind flayers. So,
well, this,
I mean,
just so you know, this time period is long after the mind flayers have been sentenced away, but yet before they've returned. Does that make sense? This is in that time period between the existence of mind flayers on the Sword Coast, because
okay, so the mind flayers don't exist at all.
Only in history, and during the time period of this. Yeah.
Never mind then. Ignore all of that.
No worries. That's why I was like, okay. So yeah, for the sense of this, yes, there was a time when the mind flayers were, as you know, removed basically from the plane and sent off, right? So to their own plane in the history of Faerun. So yeah, that was.
I was not aware of that, but all right. So
yeah, it's a little footnote in the history. Like, it's weird. So that's what my other campaign, my homebrew campaign, is kind of all built upon, is that little footnote in history. So yeah.
But yeah, okay. So yeah.
So right now, no, the mind flayers
is also big into mind flayer stuff.
Yeah. So this is before the whole mind flayer outbreak in Faerun modern, I guess we'll say.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, never mind about that.
Maybe eventually it comes to pass because of the
right.
rise of
we gotta worry
Tiamat.
about Tiamat. And just Tiamat without the help of a bunch of Githyanki is still going to be pretty threatening to do. And Dinar does think that that he could convince the council that if that the dwarves should give an apology, and like he's going to say, I like openly, I think we could make that happen, and I think if that is what is needed for the cooperation of the council, and as a matter of good faith, I think that we could convince the dwarven contingent of the council to offer an apology.
Gotta say, since this isn't a problem I can punch, I don't know what to say. So I guess I'll just go with what y'all decide.
Dinar, I happen to agree with you on your assessment that if we make a persuasive enough argument, that perhaps we should be able to achieve this goal.
Yes, and the threat is immediate and everybody sees it, right? So it's not like, we absolutely have to band together, or else Tiamat will arrive and there will be war and we will all die.
Basically.
There'll be no pastries for anyone.
Yeah,
except the dragons.
And so Dinar is like, given those stakes, I think that we could convince them to make an apology.
All right. And with that, as y'all are kind of talking about the information she gave you, she comes to land upon this beautiful marble construction. It's obviously a landing pad for dragons. There are these iron and gates, 5 of them across the front, and she strolls towards one that is banded in silver, and the doors swing open as individuals open the doors, from the inside. They bow long, slow, reverent bows to her. She dips her head, extends her wing to the ground for you all to climb down, and says, well,
I will do exactly that.
I look forward to hearing from you when the council officially takes take seats. However, I'm sure you will find time to meet with each of the members of the council individually before then.
Like,
We shall
course,
convene
and
tomorrow.
Many thanks for your assistance.
And she strolls in, and the doors kind of slowly close behind her. A human-sized door opens on the landing strip as well, and a guard there, dressed in fine armor, chainmail armor, opens the door and says, "Please, this way. The council awaits you." And
Okay,
kind
now
of
he's
takes a
going
look and
to-
goes, "But first, you need to bathe."
Yeah, we are covered in blood, among other things.
Yeah, blood, dirt, mud, dragon guts, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, the dragon guts would probably be something that these dragons would not be happy. I mean, if they knew what kind of dragon it was, maybe they would. But dragon
Yeah.
guts.
Do we possibly have some sweets delivered to the bath so that I can, have a snack while I bathe?
Your meal awaits you in the chambers that have been prepared. And he leads
Right.
each of you to a room. You have a private room, private bath. There is a large table spread of food for each of you there. And on the table are 4 letters in an envelope, like sealed, each one sealed with a different seal. And each seal is a different color.
Hmm.
Corresponding to the color of Dinar, you recognize the color of the metallic dragons.
Okay.
Gara just picks up a plate of little pastries and carries it to the bath and just starts getting in the bath while eating pastries.
Yeah.
Scrubbing.
Dinar is going to wash himself quickly, eat. He doesn't have a huge appetite, but he also has been fighting for his life for a bit, so he is hungry. And then he's going to dry himself off and go. Sorry, is it 4 letters in a collective thing for all of us to read, or did we get individual letters?
Each one of you got individual letters, one from each metallic
Okay.
dragon, except
Dinar's
for
going
the
to-
silver, because you've already talked to Otha.
Yeah, Dinar is going to open the letter up and see what it says.
Yeah, you open it up, and it's written in common. It says, "Welcome, Dinar, to the Council of Dragons. We look forward to meeting you." It's basically pleasantries.
Okay.
Nothing shocking. Each one of
Yeah,
them
but-
is that, but it's personalized to each one of you. If you read them, they're basically welcome letters. Let us know if there's anything we can do to make your stay more pleasant, yada, yada, yada. And then at the very end, it says, "Don't forget to pay tribute while you're here." Each
Oh.
one of them says that.
I wonder what that means.
Yeah, Dinar would probably know, right? Since he's,
You would know about the Council of Dragons, and you would imagine, just given where you are, this place feels almost like a temple, right?
Yeah.
It's very temple-esque, and you would imagine they are referring to some sort of offering or tribute to Bahamut, or to each one of them. It's
Yeah.
not really clear.
Well, Dinar is going to go with the version that involves, a tribute to Bahamut, since that's what makes sense to him. I'm actually going to I know what happens when I make guesses about things, so I'm going to go talk to a guard. Presumably, there's guards around, and
Oh,
say
yeah.
we got these letters. They said, et cetera, et cetera. Don't forget to leave an offering. What exactly do they mean by that?
Yeah, the guard says, "Oh, oftentimes visitors to the council bring an offering for the council to pay tribute for their wisdom and knowledge and protection. So often that request is just a reminder that you should do so while you're here, paying
see.
tribute to the council themselves."
Guess we just got to offer something. I guess based on what we have to offer. Makes sense. Gara, who's now all fluffy from having bathed and dried and is now eating little small pastry cookies.
Garo basically no longer smells like wet dog.
Right. Smells like perfumed dog.
All right, throughout that night, each one of you receives a visit from one of the dragons, and we'll play this out just one each in the essence of time, because
Okay.
if we played all four out for each of you, it would probably take a little while. So we'll start at the top of my list. And Owen, you're an elf. Okay, this works then. Okay. There is a knock on your door, Owen. When you open it, a human appearing with a gold tint to his skin, looking very regal, fine robes, all embroidered in different shades of gold. He says, welcome, Owen. I am Prothanar. I am the former King of Justice. And here for an audience with you, should you have the time to accept me.
Okay, so we're in this area with the dragons. This guy's kind of got a goldish tint to his skin. I'm assuming this is actually a gold dragon.
Well, he says his name as well, and you recognize the name Prothanthar as the gold dragon that you were supposed to meet. So yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't turn away like the King of Justice.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I
Former King of Justice.
I will gladly accept your conversation with you.
Fine. Do you mind if we take a walk then?
Sure, we can take a walk.
And he leads the way through this beautiful, for lack of a better word, it is a temple, right? And he tells you the story that he sees. He doesn't really care for humans, and he's really not fond of your kind. That is why he seeked you out. Because the only way to really understand the perspective is to seek one that is so far different from your own. As the King of Justice, he used to often sit and have to make decisions, and sometimes those decisions were not what he himself would have suggested. But in the interest of fairness, he seeks out the opinions of elves, even though he's not really keen on elves. And he goes in to tell you that the reason he doesn't like elves, and what he sees in elves, that, well, I don't trust them. They're dangerous. See, they're quite knowledge.
Like you is.
Yeah.
You're just inherently untrustworthy.
You're not even untrustworthy. You're dangerous. You're a dangerous race. You're so intelligent, and you have such capacity for attaining great power. But your physical limitations, your lifespans, your frailty, your inabilities to adapt to certain areas make you dangerous. And humans, well, for all their capabilities, they have very little time on the world to learn the wisdom to direct that capability. Elves, you live a little longer, but still not quite. So I struggle with that, and I pity you and wish that you weren't even on the plane, because you have such great potential. You could be so much more somewhere else. I'm sorry. I know that is harsh, but that is my personal opinion. Please forgive me.
We have to take the cards we're dealt. It would be great for us to be able to live longer, but we simply don't. And it is nothing of our fault.
Do you blame the gods for your short lives? Well,
No.
short-ish lives and inability to direct your capabilities?
I don't blame anyone for that. It's just the way things are. God's nature, who knows? It's just the way things are.
You're one that accepts, I see. You're an acceptor. Right. Very well. Well, perhaps this won't be a waste of our time then. You see things in a similar way that I do, through balance and justice, and then perhaps you can help me understand. See, humans have a problem greater than elves. If you notice, throughout time, when humans gathered the ability to cast magic, what did they do with it? They corrupted it, yes? They corrupted it into a darkness. Think of all of the archmages and liches that have arose from the depths of society. Each and every one of them has been a human. Each and every one of them. A human. From the Red Wizards of Thay, all the way up to Sam Master, who founded the Cult of the Dragon, and now Severin, the one who controls the Cult of the Dragon now, a human. So they must have done something, right? They must have bargained, dealt, made a deal for this dark power. Traded something, yes? They do that. I think it's a quintessential flaw in the character of humans. What is your thought on humans?
I'm not the most fond of humans, but I've met many good humans in my travels over the last year. Humans did destroy my village, and I blamed all humans for that for a long time. But I have seen that most humans are just trying to get by.
See, the way I feel is that we could act. We could take swift and decisive action against the cult right now. Of course, that would mean that many innocents would ultimately have to pay the sacrifice of death. But, I mean, they're just humans, elves. Is it that bad? What do you think? Should they all die just to save the world? Even if we could act today, if we could send in our forces right now to attack the Cult of the Dragon, but it meant that scores of humans and elves would die, would that be okay in your mind?
If they were involved with the cult, then that's a choice that they made. But if they were not involved with the cult, if we're talking innocent people, we should try to limit those losses as much as we can.
So what then of the Drakkar mythal that occurred at the hands of the elves? There was no kindness shown to the innocents of dragons. They used that power and knowledge that you all gain over your longer than human lifelines to drive dragons mad. It caused madness in dragonkind for years. It was the elves who shaped that magic.
Perhaps it was elves that did that, but not all elves did that. Not all were involved. In fact, most weren't. I was not involved.
Well, surely you've heard, yes?
I've heard. It is not a choice that I would have made personally.
Well, that's good to hear. You know, there is one. Do you know of King Melandarch? I believe he sits on your council of Waterdeep. The king of elves. He's the king of elves, yeah. You've met him, yeah. Do you think he could come before this council and provide an explanation to why the elves did such a thing? Perhaps atone for the elven sins against dragonkind?
I will talk with him next time we're in Waterdeep and try to make those arrangements.
I hope that you can. I don't think it will be as easy as you think it and say it. the elves that I know, you are a rarity, by the way. Let me just commend you. You are a rarity in elves that I have encountered. Mostly they're arrogant, snooty, just they have an air of themselves that's so much better than everyone around them. Don't trust them.
But due to the destruction of my village, I have spent very little time amongst my own people for the last 50 years.
Yes, that would explain it then. You're, what do they say? Desensitized. Is that the word that they use when one is apart from their own kind? Something that we dragons never have to worry about, for we're always together. And you've wound your way through this temple basically and seen statues of dragons, all different metallic colors. Obviously statues of Bahamut, paintings of Bahamut. You recognize these from stories you've heard Dinar tell as what Bahamut's depicted as. He gets to the landing of a stairwell that ascends up, and he stops and turns to you. Well, Owen, I do appreciate your time for this evening. I hear we're to meet again tomorrow before the full council, but I do appreciate your time and hearing my story and allowing me to get to know an elf that is not truly an elf. Thank you for giving me a different perspective on elvenkind.
I will see you again tomorrow in the council.
Indeed you will. Oh, good night. And he turns and ascends the stairwell, and you watch his, the light dancing off of his robes and whatnot. So,
I'm in this like temple area now.
yeah, you're kind of in this like foyer, I guess. There's statues around. There's a fountain. It's like a hotel lobby, kind of really, really nice, fancy place. A big grand double staircase that leads up to what you would presume are chambers, studies, sleeping quarters, whatever.
I'm going to where are we? Am I near the area that it looks like we should leave these offerings or these tributes?
Trying to think how you would be able to determine that. You don't see any offerings around. You do see there are some coins in the fountain, which is obviously a thing that people do. They throw pennies or copper or whatever in the fountains. But there are statues of, you would presume, because you haven't seen them all in dragon form, they're the 5 dragons of the council around, kind of circled around this room. And the fountain is a sculpture of what is probably Bahamut, with his wings unfurled, surrounding this disc, basically, as if maybe enveloping it in a protective shroud.
Okay, so I'm, without really knowing where to leave a tribute, I am not going to at the moment.
Okay.
But I am going to go back and talk to Dinar about the whole tribute thing.
All right, cool. We'll come back to that conversation. As you kind of wander around, you look at all these statues, and you spend some time here, kind of contemplating, is this where I leave a tribute, or is it this one? And you're kind of going around. And with that, we will jump to... Actually, let's go ahead and go to Teo. Yes. There's a knock on Teo's door, actually. As you have done whatever you were doing there to prepare for the evening, and you I presume you open the door?
I open the door.
Yep. And on the other side of the door is a figure standing there, a male humanoid figure, with brass colored gold, like that nice brass. There's a little tarnish on the shoulders, kind of look to him. His eyes gleam golden and looks at you and says, "Good evening. I believe your name is Teo, is that correct?"
Indeed, that is correct.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Athura. I am here called forth by the council to help make this decision. Do you have time for a short, quick conversation before the meeting tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Oh,
I can make time for you anytime.
fantastic. May I come in?
Absolutely. And I welcome you into my room.
Oh, thank you. It's been a while since I've been in human form. Sometimes it takes a minute to kind of get back used to your senses. So if you just excuse me a moment, I need to sit and rest.
Can I pour you something to drink, perhaps?
Please, yes, that would be wonderful. Whatever you have is fine.
I reach into my bag of holding. I bring out a bottle to mead. And I uncork that bottle and pour 2 generous goblets, giving him one.
Yes, he takes it, smells it, he goes, interesting. I haven't had this in a long time. Takes a drink, he goes, oh yes, it does get better with age. Kind of like me. And you can tell he kind of bristles up and stiffens his back. He goes, so tell me, your thoughts on this. This whole dragon war thing. Is it really worth getting involved in? Like, why are you doing it? It's obviously he's saying this with a curiosity, not judgment. This is pure curiosity he's asking you.
So, your question is why am I involved, compatriots, and this adventure, shall we say?
Yes. What is it for
Let's
you?
start. What isn't it for me? Let's see. Putting to the chase, shall we speak? Originally, I was merely in it for the gold. The coin is important because I use it to further my passion. And I reach into the bag and I pull out my multifaceted cube, a puzzle box, and I hand it over basically as a distractor. I hand it over to him for him to play with. Exactly. We describe the box and what the objective is with it, and I say, it is things, systems such as this that I find fascinating and intriguing. And as you can see, for finer works such as this, there's a certain amount of coin that is necessary to find and procure such curious bits of engineering and design. But as I have traveled with my compatriots, I have come to realize this cult to which I found myself aligned with because of offers of riches and such, realize they are not a positive force in this world. Objectives and methods include much destruction and damage. And yes, you see the object with that kind of situation. You want to move the blue one around to here, and then, but anyway, I digress. And with such cruelty, lack of compassion, and wanton destruction, the single-hearted focus on one objective without weighing consequences, I found that rather distasteful. And and I felt that their methods needed a counter, needed to be stopped. Indeed, needed to be stopped. Yes, yeah, I see you're getting it. Oh, very good, very good. It is intriguing.
It's fun. This is very
Indeed.
fascinating. Where did you ever find this contraption? I must have one. This is absolutely fascinating. I think I've almost got it. Look, I'm only missing one.
Indeed, yes, you were almost there. Indeed,
It's there. I just have to get it to there.
exactly. You see, there are many things in this world that are as wondrous as that, and should not simply be destroyed or cast aside because they do not align with one's opinions.
See, you make a point there. Just making decisions based on your own biased opinions. Many times dragons do that. You know, we have the feelings about things and we want things to be a certain way. And some dragons can be very bullheaded when it comes to that. Personally, I make decisions on what I hear from all sides. And I try to choose to align my decisions with what's best for the greater good, not just my own. So, you know, if there was a chance, if there were just the slightest chance to defeat the army of Tiamat, but in the process, we lost control of all the dragon masks and they were lost to the land for humankind to find again. Do you think it's worth the risk?
Well, effectively what that will do is that will put the decision on future generations. If the masks are lost well enough, hidden well enough, it cannot simply be very quickly reacquired. You know, there is a certain step to that. You know, it basically puts the decision on to future generations. I am not one to stand judgment over Dragon. It's not my role. My role is to merely look the injustice that is going on and the hurt that is happening as a result of these actions, the knowledge that is lost and the potential that is taken away. And this is not something that should be discarded lightly. You said that laying the rise of Tiamat, shall we say, is an objective, a possible outcome. We don't really know what is truly possible or not possible, but we will try our best to effect a change that we can.
Yeah, see, for too long I've watched from distant planes the potential, shall we say, for good and evil in each humanoid race, the elves, the dwarves, the humans, you know, all of them. And they're equal in measure, good, evil. Who's to say? Who's to guess which way a human is going to fall?
Yes,
Yes, I've
I
seen it
understand
even
what you're saying.
with the humans'
And I-
involvement in the cult. So, see what your thoughts are that the risk is worth the reward only if we can be certain about the outcome. Is that what I hear?
No.
Oh, I must have misread.
The risk of allowing Tiamat to rise again and allow, from some perspective, evil to reign supreme without check or balance. That is unacceptable.
Ah, yes. See, on that we agree.
And at this stage, that would mean that summoning Tiamat to this plane and allowing full reign over this land disrupt the balance in such a fashion that would be difficult to come back from.
Yes, if we could stop it though. And yet in stopping it, say those responsible for opening the portal in the first place, those responsible for this gathering of the masks, let's say they were allowed or were able to disperse with those masks. Could we be okay with that?
What would prevent them from really reconvening and trying another summoning attempt shortly after?
Exactly. So do you think then we capture the masks? Is that enough? Should we defeat them? Should we strike tomorrow at dawn? Our forces in full, destroying all of those. Who should maintain control of the masks once they are captured? Should we let them fall back into the hands of the humans? Or the humanoid races? Sorry, not to lump all people into one group.
So,
Knowing that their choice of good or evil is equal. We're basically flipping a coin here, yes? He's taking another drink of the mead. This is good, by the way.
indeed it is. It is awfully fine. And I also join him in a sip. It has been my experience that evil always finds a way. And whether it is with masks or without, I fear that with destroying those masks, the path to resummoning Tiamat is simply too easy.
Agreed. So we must capture the masks, and we must maintain control of them here, the Dragon Council.
Well, I would argue that there's no need to keep the masks around.
Well, you are in favor of destroying the masks altogether. Oh, yes, that is an option. I see.
They are very powerful in and of themselves.
That's true, and who's to say one couldn't come
Leads
after
to
them?
corruption.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Leads to corruption. That's a great way to put it. Well, this has been quite eye-opening. I do appreciate your wisdom and thoughts here, sir. And the sharing of your fine mead. This has been excellent, excellent evening. I see we're to convene tomorrow. I didn't quite manage to finish it. There's still one out of place. I just can't get it from here to here. Perhaps you can finish it and show me how tomorrow. And he'll hand you the cube back.
And as he hands me the cube, my hands move with lightning quickness, and I deftly solve the puzzle before him in but an instant, and hold it up, and slowly twirling it in my fingers.
A master, obviously. Yes, yes. I will learn that one day. Thank you so much, Teo. It's been a pleasure. I will see you tomorrow.
It has been my pleasure. Anytime that you wish an audience, you may simply but ask it.
And perhaps some tea with honey, I think, could help. And he'll
I hope so. That, or perhaps a lozenge, if I can find one.
Oh yes, perhaps. We'll see if we can have some. I'll send some down. Thank you again. And he shows himself to the door, setting the goblet down on the nightstand or coffee table, whatever end table there, and leaves you to contemplate your thoughts there of the conversation. Meanwhile, down the hall, there is a knock on Dinar's door.
I was going to say, come in.
I have to change hats for this one. I actually have that.
Very well.
In walks a dapper-looking man, a bronze skin, toned. It looks almost as if he's been in the sun for many years. Leathery but smooth as it were. His wearing a hat similar to the one I have on, and looks at you and goes, "Oh, Dinar, it is a fine time that we have met, my friend. It isn't often that I find someone that shares the love of Bahamut to the degree that you and I do. My name is Nymirth. It is a pleasure to meet you," and he bows reverently at you.
The pleasure is mine, and I will bow back.
Absolutely. Thank you. You know, it's so great to meet you.
I only wish we could meet in more, shall we say, I only wish we could meet in better circumstances where we could simply, enjoy life and enjoy what we have and not have to plan a war. But I fear we must make, given what the circumstances are presented, that is what we need to do.
Yes, but remember, we're not the ones planning the war. We're the ones planning to avert the war. Keep that in mind. It's the other ones that have planned a war and are trying to execute a war. We just need to stop them. Yes? See, Bahamut...
That would be more than ideal, yes.
Yes, Bahamut, you have done some fantastic work. I've been following you, and some of the work you've been doing in the name of Bahamut. You have laid quite the scare into the cult of the dragon. Let me tell you, they sing songs about the fiercity of the one named Dinar. They warn one another of you.
I see.
They are frightened of you.
Dinar honestly is not sure what to think about that, what to think of that,
Yeah.
but it's like, I wish there was another way, I'll be honest, but they have made it clear that there isn't.
Yes, I know that you are here upon the recommendation of the Harpers and the Order of the Gauntlet, those who sit upon the Council of the Dragon of Waterdeep, and you are here to help the council determine which course of action to be involved in. And really, I'm just here to say thank you. I have nothing to ask of you, nothing, no great wisdom to impart. I know where I sit. I know where my decision is. But there will be those that may come to you and try to sway your decision and try to get them to get you to tell them which way to act. You, remember, must be here on your own accord and just give the information as you see it.
Of course.
You are worth so much to this. However, I did say not here to really ask of anything. Remember that you are here, where here is, and what this place stands for. You have done such great work in the name of Bahamut. And show the council tomorrow. Show us one thing that will make us understand your devotion to this cause. And I think you will not have much worry of gaining the Council of Dragons upon your side. He gives you a little wink. He wanders over to your spread of food and picks up a bundle of grapes and starts eating them. You see, while I've walked among the humans and I've walked among the elves and sat and sang songs with the harpers and fought with the Order of the Gauntlet, there is no better company than I can think to be in than those of my true brethren here on the council. So, I say this to you with all respect, Dinar, please do not disappoint tomorrow. Do not.
Of course.
Is there anything you wish to ask of me while I'm here? I'm truly enjoying your presence. The way that you slain that dragon there in the Misty Forest, the green one, I think it was, so
Yes.
clever. You and your group fighting him until he swam, took you underwater, right? He nearly drowned you, correct?
Yeah, he underestimated the fact that, he took me underwater. He expected me to drown. I did not.
Yes, truly,
Because-
Bahamut was with you that day. Yes.
Bahamut was with me, and dragons they think that they're so much greater, and in many ways that's true. Like in many ways, a dragon is stronger, and a dragon is faster, and a dragon is more powerful.
Yes.
But they, in some ways, that can be used against them.
Interesting viewpoint. Do tell.
Well, like, again, I've certainly never, like, I certainly don't know Tiamat, and I don't know all dragons, but in what I've experienced, the servants of Tiamat, they expect, like, the dragon servants of Tiamat, they expect obedience. They expect their plans to be brought to fruition. They expect no complications. And they expect that something so inferior to them as the mortal races won't be able to get in their way. But that is not always the case.
Yes, it's true.
And because it's something they don't expect, it's often something they don't plan for.
I see. Yes, that makes sense. I'm glad that you clarified the followers of Tiamat in your explanation.
Yes.
Yes, I'm glad to see that you followed that up wisely, Denal. Yes. Tell you what.
Yes. I almost feel like that's one of the things that sets the two groups of dragons apart, is that the followers of Bahamut often do have respect for, even those who are less strong, even those who are less powerful, is that they can be not just useful, but good, that they can be, like, not just an asset, but a friend or an ally. And I mean, that's part of the reason why I serve them.
Yes, no, I understand. I agree. That's why I follow Bahamut, because he does count on the little guy, if you will. He embraces the weakest. Yes, and only by empowering the weakest do we find our own strengths. Yes, I agree. Well said,
Yes.
Dinar. I shall keep your words with me. You're quite wise for one who has walked among those on the earth that are less wise. I see you do well to guide your companions, and I'm sure that Bahamut will continue to smile his blessings upon you. Just
That
don't forget to
thank you.
pay tribute while you are here. That we do have a room here, a small little space dedicated to him, of course, to sing praises and pay respects if you should find the time. Oh, speaking of time, dear, it's getting late. I have another engagement this evening. I must return back to my chambers. But, Dinar, it's been a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you and hearing your words tomorrow in front of the council. Please, all means, take our meeting and walk away with our friendship. Perhaps
I would like nothing.
one day we may be able to lean upon one another on the field of battle in the name of Bahamut
Yes.
and fight side by
And
side.
I also hope that one day later than that, we'll be able to come together in peace once the cult is gone, once the threat of Tiamat is no more, and enjoy the life we live. I look forward to that day greatly.
As do I, my friend. Well said. I shall see you tomorrow. Good night.
Indeed.
He shows himself to the
and-
door and tips his hat.
Yeah.
As he
And
walks.
at that point, Dinar is going to go find, Dinar is going to go and probably meet Owen and, talk about the offering thing.
Yeah.
But it seems like there's one more conversation to have before that happens.
Yep.
So I shall leave the floor to Garrett.
Yeah, Garo, there is a light knock on your door, It's almost you didn't hear it at first. It's, yeah. Oh yeah. I guess someone is knocking at my
All right. Garrow will stop feasting on sweets and go open the door.
Yes, and outside your door is a beautiful humanoid woman um, with a copper skin tone to her. Her eyes lined in like gold irises. Um, she's quite stunning looking, probably the most beautiful human woman you've ever seen. She says, greetings. Garrow
Oh.
it is.
Gosh, hi there. Garrow looks a little bashful.
Yes.
Says, hi. Yeah, Garrow, that's me.
Wonderful. I'm Tazmilkia, I think is how you say it, but I'm just gonna say Taz. You can call me Taz. I'm
Guys,
the
I
counsel.
got that. That's a nice name.
I really appreciate you coming. May I come in, or perhaps we could go for a walk?
Sure, I could use a little walk after all that good food that they brought me.
Oh, you're enjoying the feast. That's fantastic. Please,
Oh, yeah.
please come with me. And she extends her arm out and in like a hook, kind of like inviting you
Garrow,
to wrap
with his big giant bugbear arm, will carefully hook with her arm and try and stay at a comfortable pace for both of them, even though he's a very large bugbear.
Yeah.
He seems surprisingly graceful.
And she leads the way through this temple slash hotel place of a cave system to what looks like a garden in a cavern. And as it's not far away, and she begins her conversation with you. She looks around. She says, "Good. It does appear there's no one else around because I have to ask you something. It's about one of your party members, and I wish it to stay between us if you can."
Oh, sure. I don't mind if you ask me a question. Go ahead.
Dinar, the Dragonborn, the one that walks with you, is the dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Is he truly what he says he is?
Is Dinar truly what he says he is? Garrow sort of like looks around at the garden and takes in a deep breath and says, I don't think I've ever met someone who is as much what they say they are.
Mm.
Dinar's a devoted follower of Bahamut. A real good guy to have on your side.
Yeah. Just worry about the Dragonborn race. It could be easily turned in a situation like this. They are part dragon, part not dragon.
Huh. Yeah, I guess I know what you mean. Dinar tried to explain that stuff to me about dragons, the different scales, the idea of good and evil. Kind of went over my head, to be honest, but I don't think you have anything to worry about when it comes to Dinar. He's who he seems to be.
I often have found that. Well, I'll be frank. May I be frank with you, please? It's
Sure, be whoever you want with me.
and she goes on. It's just that oftentimes these shady people, not too undifferent, although I think their intentions are different than the one in your party named Teo, I believe. He's walks and able to find things and open doors and such. He's people of that craft work often align with those of Dragonborn race to, shall we say, create mischief. Oftentimes I've caught the teams of these targeting my lair. They are fast-talking swindlers. They are thieves. they cannot be trusted. Now, what? I'll tell you what. I believe that you all found upon your journey a particular weapon. I believe it was a longbow that you have in your possession. Not maybe you, but someone in your party.
Kara thinks back. I think I might know what you're talking about.
See, there was a particular longbow that was the plot of a heist at my lair once. And that heist was carried out by a dragonborn who had hired thieves to steal it so that he could then go and try to kill a dragon. Why a dragonborn would want to kill a dragon? Well, you'd have to ask your friend, the dragonborn, about that, wouldn't you?
Well, I suppose, people have their own reasons. As for that weapon you're talking about, if it really did belong to you, then maybe we can find some sort of agreement and get it returned to you. I don't think any of us intended to cause you any wrong doing. No matter what some of our ancestors or people of the roguish persuasion, I think I know what you mean talking about Teo. When I first met him, I thought he was kind of shady too. But turns out people with those skills, when you're hunting a dangerous cult, they really come in handy. Can't tell you how many traps he's disarmed and boxes he's opened filled with important relics and information. Without him, we wouldn't have made it this far.
I see. So you trust them. You trust them all in your party? Every one of them, you would...
I trust them. And I know that if you want your bow returned to you, I think that our party would be willing to do that.
It would go a long way. Caro, you see that bow holds some sentimental value to me. I'm sure you
I understand.
could tell it's a fine made.
Dragons like to collect things, I understand, and those things can be very important.
Yes, this one particularly so.
I'll have a talk with the party, and when we meet tomorrow, let you know about the bow. I think that we'll be able to return it to you, though.
That is encouraging news. I appreciate those words. You know, ever since the Dracor mythal, every time I think about that great scourge of history between humanoids and dragons, it's just been disastrous for us both. I wish there were some ways that we could mend those wounds and heal and make humans and dragons a little more trusting of each other without having to create another race in between the two. That was a disaster in and of itself. Let me just tell you that.
There might be a way. I can think of a few possibilities. Have you ever had there are these fried dough pastries? They're called donuts. They're glazed. I think maybe that if we could create some sort of dragon bakery, that would really help humans and dragons get along.
She laughs from it'd be very funny. If we were to take Tiamat's red head and make it the furnace for the dragon bakery, that would be hilarious. Just could you imagine that?
I like the way you think, Taz.
Yes, that's hilarious. And then she gets very serious. He goes, but of course she would be dead, correct?
Oh yeah, of course. One dead Tiamat head coming up. I got your name at the Dragon Donut Bakery.
Just please assure me that you will keep Dinar an eye on him, and please do not let him fall trap to these plays of the cult. They have very powerful magics that can persuade your mind, and then he would be able to persuade one of the factions on the council to change sides. From what I understand, the council is very unstable, and there are factions within, there are spies, and it's very unstable. It's a fragile collection of different ideologies. So
Yeah, whenever you get rich and powerful folks together in a room like that, it's a big mess. But one thing you can have faith in, it's these fists and my friends. That's for sure.
good. I do worry the Arcane Brotherhood joining the council has created more disruption inside. So she begins to kind of walk you through this garden maze that's flowers and all kinds of plants. The cavern ceiling kind of opens up, and you can see it is full night now, and the sky is, full of stars above you, and it shines down into this. She gets out the other side, and I hope you have enjoyed the garden and our talk. I do hope that you find time to enjoy your time here, but do not linger long. We have much work to do. We're to convince this council tomorrow which way they should act. Your words and deeds here tonight should, if they prove to be truthful, aid in a decision tomorrow.
Okay. Well, it really has been nice talking to you. I've never had a conversation with a dragon before. Well, except for the one who drove us here. But you seem real nice.
Thank you. You too. Bugbears have a bad reputation, but you're a diamond in the rough.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, we can be a little bit rough around the edges. But anyway, I'll see you tomorrow at the council meeting.
Ah, indeed. Thank you, Garrow, for your company, and enjoy the garden. I believe that there are some berries over there that you could eat.
Arrow immediately goes over to investigate and starts picking, and like goes, "Oh, that's a sweet one."
Yeah, there's like all kinds of berries growing in the gardens: blueberries, blackberries, raspberries, strawberry, whatever berry you want.
By the time Garrow returns to the room, he's got like berry-covered fingers.
Yeah. Do you guys have time to do the conversation between Owen and Dinar? I know we're pushing the timeline.
I assume it's going to be pretty quick. It's just, if Dinar sees Owen looking around trying to figure out what to do about offerings, he's going to tell him what he knows, which is, this is basically a temple. It's sort of expected that you give some sort of offering. And was that all I was told by the guard?
Basically, yeah, but it's more an offering to the council than to Bahamut himself.
Yeah.
So we would bring back to the council meeting whatever we have to offer to them.
Do y'all want to kind of group up and meet up with each other, share your stories, so now everybody knows everybody? And
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe you all find your way through wanderings to the fountain area, and
Garrow's
eventually
washing the berry juice off of his face and his hands in the fountain. He's like, "Oh, hey guys."
yeah. And you
I
share
just
your
met a really interesting dragon.
Yeah, I feel like I can say the same, and I imagine so can you.
And
Indeed.
I'll share all the info I learned.
Yeah, I also met with a dragon.
I will share my story,
Same.
and I will share the remainder of the bottle of elven mead with the party.
Ooh. Thanks, Taylor.
you only got 7 more of those?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dinar isn't going to because he's really nervous about this. So he's like, it's like, maybe I'll have a drink once this is over. But right now, I just basically the thing I was told is I have great expectations if you don't mess it up.
Yeah, basically. So I'm seeing this picture that I'm seeing in my mind is Teo kind of lounging upon the rail around the fountain, drinking haphazardly straight from the bottle, Garrow almost bathing in the fountain, splashing water on his face and getting his fur cleaned out, while half-heartedly engaging in the conversation, pulling out of his pouch some berries every once in a while, which then he has to wash his hands again, and just creating this cycle, tinging the water. Owen standing somewhat stoic by the fountain, in awe of all the stories and taking it all in, sharing his own, hearing the bit about this bow. What's Owen's reaction to that? I'm kind of curious.
Well, Owen, that bow that you found, seems like it might have belonged to this dragon.
Could have.
I'm just saying, if we were to give it back to her, it might influence this whole meeting in our favor.
That's a good idea. I very rarely use it.
We could find you another one easy enough, but this one seems like it's got a special sentimental value.
Hearing we could find you one easy enough, I reach into a bag of holding and pull out a +1 longbow.
It's always got what we need.
Yes.
Teo in his bag.
So could that be my tribute, or is that something separate?
I think that would be part of our tribute, right? Like the turning the longbow to that dragon. Maybe we could have a gift for each dragon. Would that be something that suits them? I mean, we won't be able to get those apologies from the dwarves and the elven council members yet.
Yeah, that we could promise them, and I recommend
You can promise them, and then maybe give some tribute that goes along with that.
So, since we are in the Dragon Council, let me offer a possible tribute selection from my bag, shall we say. There are several gems that we have collected as a party, and they come in denominations of 2, 4, 6, and 800 gold pieces.
So give him some gems.
Do you have any tapestries in your bag with like depictions of metallic dragons?
I have to admit, I have not taken any of the tapestries merely because of their bulk. I have but 2 bags of holding.
Yes.
On that,
I think maybe give them a gem that matches their eyes. That'd be nice.
you do remember the house that you liberated from the cult that is full of tapestries, and the lodge. Remember the hunting lodge?
Yeah.
That was full of tapestries. I'm just going to put that out there. If you wanted to offer tapestries, where
the
there
thing
are a
is, we would
bunch.
need to get there and get back, or like say, oh, you could go to this place and pick up the tapestries, which I'm not sure if would work.
Yeah, that is the crux of the issue, is that this tribute and offering needs to happen.
No, the tapestries are our retirement account. We're going to go back and collect all the tapestries.
Y'all start talking about that. Garrett's like, nope. Those are ours. We're not giving those to any damn buddy.
Our full retirement fund.
Yeah, if Garo is bored, he's just he's sitting like predatory on top of a big pile of tapestries.
Nice.
We're going to open a tapestry shop and
The little known furry dragon.
that's the name of the tapestry shop.
The furry dragon.
And it's the furry dragon. In addition, I will point out that it's a gesture of goodwill to the dragon that I spoke with. It describes a bronze hue and such, who found fascination with my puzzle box. It's that I will attempt to carve a puzzle box for him over the night.
Yeah, or you can give him the one you have if you could already solve it.
No, I certainly still have it. That is true. But I was hoping to try to personalize it with the colors of the dragons.
Ah, that
Give
makes
it a,
sense.
That would be
exactly,
good.
give it a little
That would
bit
be
of
good.
Well,
exactly.
Okay.
Give it a little personal
I
flair.
hope that works.
And then hopefully, perhaps, depending upon which denomination gem we choose, put a small trinket or bauble of a gem inside. It's a little surprise upon successful opening.
And we could give the
That
biggest.
makes sense. I like the way you think.
Indeed.
Who talked to the Dragon of Justice? That was Owen.
That was me.
We could just give that dragon like the biggest gem. Just be like, this is the biggest gem we found for you, King Justice. And then the other dragons who we don't have a specific gift for, we'll give them a slightly less big gem, but still big.
Well, something to consider is we have two things to do: a gift for your personal dragon, and then to the council in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna ask you this after the session because this is something that might take a little while, and I think we're nearly done. So.
Yeah, I
you
was
wanna
going to ask
say-
y'all if y'all wanted to go through the council session or if you want to save that for next session to kick off.
Next.
Yeah, I think we should do that next session.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds fine because that could go anywhere from 30, 45 minutes, probably easily to an hour. So
yeah, and we're
already a little over.
time.
So yeah,
Make a big. We'll make a big offering, but we'll figure
and
it
it's
out.
like
before next week.
something, and this is something really important.
yeah, y'all will figure it out and come.
And I'm
together.
pretty sure we also have we all have stuff we're gonna do during the night. Like Dinar has stuff he's gonna do during the night.
Yep. I'm sure each of you have something you're gonna want to do, or work on throughout the night. So
I will say, this is actually something I'd like to know: is does Garrow tell Dinar what the dragon said about him?
Oh, right. The suspicion.
Like the dragon specifically said, like keep that a secret. But I don't know if Garrow would do that or not.
I think Garrow would, since he did specifically say to keep it secret.
Okay.
But you know, he's not. He doesn't seem worried. But he does have in the back of his mind this idea that for some reason they think that you could be influenced. But Garrow doesn't believe it, so he doesn't even bother sharing it.
Okay. Good to know.
all right. Well, with that, then we'll kind of wrap it down here as you head to your rooms for the night after having a conversation in this hallowed chamber in the Council of Dragons. You find peace in your sleep for the first time in months, having been on the road and fighting dragons and the cultists. There is an air of peace and tranquility and calmness here that just washes over you all, feeling finally rest, real regenerative rest for each of you.
Dinar is also like he's gonna pray to Bahamut before he sleeps, but he I can't really think of anything I would ask. It seems a bit strange to ask for wisdom and help of what I should do before seeing the people that literally represent Bahamut. So he's just gonna give prayers of thanks and say, thank you for another day, and also for giving us this opportunity to hopefully get aid and to hopefully save the people of the Sword Coast.
Okay.
And at that point, he's going to go to sleep.
Anything anybody else wants to do right here before we wrap up as you lay down to go to sleep? Teo, I know you were going to work on the boxes until you were tired. We'll sort that out. Okay. Cool. Well, with that,
I
go ahead.
know that we have Owens agreed to give the golden bow, right?
The oath bow, I think it was.
And that's all that Garrow really needs to secure in terms of his offering. So we'll just head to bed.
All right. Well, then we're going to wrap up as you close your eyes. The cameras pan back to the sleeping party in the caves of the Council of Dragon, zooming out even further and further and further from the Nether Mountains to the High Forest, all the way out until the whole Sword Coast can be seen as just the rays of light of the sunrise begin to hit across the realm. And that is where we will pause this episode of Rise of Tiamat in Tyranny of Dragons campaign, Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. I've been your Dungeon Master, Jackal Crossing. Dinar is played by Smug. Teo by Diamond. Garrow is played by the wonderful... I am waiting for the credits to scroll, so sorry I'm stalling. I missed it. I wasn't fast enough. I want to make sure I get everyone's names in here. There's the cast. I need to speed up the scrolling of the cast. It's too slow. Again, Smug as Dinar, Shrike as Owen, Diamond as Teo, and Ozzy as Garrow. That's Garrow played by Ozzy. See, I got everybody in there twice. Thanks so much to all of our players for hopping on this one. I know we went a little over. Thanks for staying tuned. We also had a little bit of a long break, so thanks so much. Thanks again also to B Tango for your subscription this month. It's awesome that you joined the channel and joined the company. You too can join the channel and the company by clicking the subscribe button down below. Hit that thumbs up button if you've liked this video, and then find the rest of these in the playlist. Also down in the comments, you can subscribe to our Patreon page, just like Nathan, Aaron, Two Wolf Design, and Lord Thorin have done, supporting the channel and helping us grow in so many ways. Don't forget to check out our merch page, also down in the link, and join the Discord where you can join in with our cast and crew of all of the games that we play, from Dungeons and Dragons, Tales from Loop, Weird, you name it, we pretty much play it. Delta Green, all across the board. So 3-4 times a week we're playing games on the stream. There's lots of other games to be played. Just find them in our Discord, looking for Games and Players channel. Make sure you join today. Until next time, folks, this has been United Adventure Company presents Rise of Tiamat in the Tyranny of Dragons 5th edition campaign. Until next time, stay out of our dungeons, everyone. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.